Chapter 5070. How did you know there would be danger? Ignoring Ling Xiao's praise, the illusion butterfly looked at Ling Xiao with a surprised look. If she hadn't followed Ling Xiao just now, she would have been buried in the dragon's extinction. In that instant, there were many cultivators who were stronger than her among those who were killed. Nearly 100 people died in the dragon's extinction without any chance of survival. Seeing this scene, the illusion butterfly was still scared. If I say it's my intuition, would you believe me? Ling Xiao smiled. There were also people like him who weren't strong but managed to avoid danger. Intuition is something that has a scientific basis. Forget it. I can't get anything out of you anyway. The illusion butterfly stared at Ling Xiao's eyes, as if trying to see if Ling Xiao was lying. But after a long while, she couldn't see anything and could only give up. At this time, another unforeseen event occurred. After the terrifying dragon's extinction caused many people to die, the ruins began to collapse. Terrifying roars continued to resound. In the Black Desert, something seemed to be about to appear. The entire Black Desert began to shake. Those who were chasing Ling Xiao were fighting with the cactus at this time. Suddenly, the sky and earth turned upside down, and many people died tragically. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the strange changes in the distance. The ruins collapsed, but in the Black Desert, something seemed to be rising. The black wind in the sky seemed to have been blown away by a lot, allowing people to see it more clearly. At the same time, the terrifying dragon's aura became clearer and clearer. Even the illusion butterfly sensed it. There's really a dragon. The illusion butterfly cried out in surprise. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded again. This time, everyone seemed to have heard it. Many people even covered their ears, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Ling Xiao had learned his lesson from the last time and had long since made preparations. So, he didn't feel uncomfortable like before. Gradually, the ruins completely peeled off like an eggshell, revealing the real scene inside. There was a huge crack in the ground. Inside, one could vaguely see the outline of a city. In the city, a powerful dragon's aura was emitted. Everyone present could feel it. Giant Dragon City. Ling Xiao looked at the walls of the Rift Valley in shock. With his Tai Chi eye, he could clearly see the scene below. The structure of the city walls was extremely unique, especially the giant dragon carvings and giant dragon sculptures that could be seen everywhere. Ling Xiao could even imagine that this place wasn't a black desert back then. Instead, it was part of the oasis. It also gave birth to a huge dragon city. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the city of the giant dragon was buried under the ground. Later on, people built another city on top of the city of the giant dragon. Later on, the Black Desert swallowed up the area. The giant dragon city was buried deep underground. It was only recently that he was discovered. Although he didn't know what had happened in the giant dragon city back then, one thing was certain. There must be an unimaginable amount of wealth in these undiscovered ruins. That was when Yang Qi made his move. He actually flew towards the Great Rift Valley. Even geniuses like Yang Qi from the Golden Domain were attracted to the city of colossal dragons. Just as he reached the entrance of the Rift Valley, a terrifying dragon extinguishing rushed towards him. Chuckling coldly, Yang Qi sent out a beam of golden light that destroyed Dragon Extinguish. It opened a path for him, and he easily stepped into the Rift Valley. So strong. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Yang Qi's terrifying strength. Rumor has it that Yang Qi was struck by lightning when he was young, but he didn't die. Instead, a god appeared on his forehead. He was reborn, and his talent became much stronger. What he used was none other than the power of the gods. Illusionary Butterfly explained. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's life was saved, but her attitude towards Ling Xiao was much better than before. We can't fall behind. Huang Taifeng led a group of people and followed Yang Qi. Let's go. Immediately, the sound of the air being pierced rang out as countless martial artists rushed towards the Rift Valley like fish. Of course, this included the ordinary-looking woman with terrifying strength. What should we do, Sister Illusionary Butterfly? I'm going to the Rift Valley. Are you going to continue chasing me? Ling Xiao smiled and also headed towards the Rift Valley. Kid, do you really want to die? You saw the danger just now. If you didn't dodge in time, you would be dead. Illusionary Butterfly's concern seemed to be sincere. She didn't understand where Ling Xiao got his courage from. He couldn't even block the dragon extinguishing just now. He still dared to rush in. The dragon extinguishing would definitely be more terrifying in the city of giant dragons. There's a saying that blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. Since the danger is so great, I'll definitely gain more. Instead of being killed by you guys, I might as well fight bravely. Maybe I can fight for a bright future. Goodbye. Ling Xiao suddenly sped up and followed the crowd into the Rift Valley. It was obviously safer when there were more people because there would be others to share the danger. Lunatic! Illusionary Butterfly shook her head in shock. Among all the martial artists who entered the Rift Valley, the weakest was at her level, the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao was merely at the 5th level divine physique echelon. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't hear her voice. It was because the distance was too far. Long Chun, how about I leave the dragon extinguishing to you? Ling Xiao said to Long Chun in the universe world. No problem. Long Chun replied. There's still me. Little Gold's voice rang out. Boss, don't forget that the dragon extinguishing is also heat. It's very helpful for increasing my strength. Then the two of you come together. The dragon extinguishing is too powerful. I'm worried if there's only one of you. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, the dragon extinguishing that was pouncing towards him instantly entered the universe world. It was dissolved and absorbed by Long Chun and Little Gold. Seems like there's no problem. After Ling Xiao confirmed that there was no danger, he turned his attention to the black shadows in the distance. These black shadows flew up from the city of giant dragons. There were many of them. The martial artists in front had already started fighting with them. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste his energy. Using the Holy Ground demonic shadow movement technique, he chose to dodge as much as possible. Those black shadows were just puppets that didn't have consciousness and only knew how to attack. Therefore, his plan was very successful. Anyway, there were so many martial artists. As long as he suddenly disappeared, the puppets wouldn't chase after him and attack him. Soon, Ling Xiao rushed to the front. He was together with Huang Taifeng and the rest. As for Yang Qi and Yin Li, they had already disappeared. Yin Li was the name of the ordinary-looking woman. It was the illusionary butterfly who told him this person's name. However, the illusionary butterfly wasn't particularly familiar with Yin Li's situation. It only knew that this woman was a terrifying genius who suddenly rose to prominence. She was originally unknown, just like her appearance. However, one day, Yin Li killed a powerhouse from the holy city and became famous. However, where she came from and who she cultivated with were still unsolved mysteries. Chapter 50-71. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of cold light attacked him. Ling Xiao dodged instinctively. However, the cold light was too fast and left a deep wound on his body. You're not dead? A 5th level divine, physique, echelon. Trash dares to take a share of the loot. Get lost. The one who attacked Ling Xiao was Huang Taifeng, a casual attack from a ninth-level divine, physique echelon expert, took all of Ling Zhao's strength to avoid hitting his vitals. Even so, he was still injured. He had no enmity with this Huang Taifeng, but this person suddenly attacked him. This infuriated him greatly. However, Huang Taifeng obviously didn't take him seriously. He thought he was weak, so he bullied him. After attacking once, he left. Huang Taifeng's strength might not be as strong as Yang Qi, but this guy had 2 half-step divine soul generals following him. A member of the royal family was indeed a member of the royal family. Although he had fallen, he still had a lot of style. With the help of experts, Huang Taifeng and his group broke through the obstruction of the puppets in an instant and disappeared into the distance. Huang Taifeng, I'll remember you. Ling Xiao was a person who held grudges the most. Even now, he wasn't a match for others. However, he was very confident in his talent. He believed he could catch up with the other party soon and trample this so-called member of the royal family under his feet. Huang Taifeng asked him to get lost. Of course, he wouldn't listen to him obediently, even if he couldn't get anything this time. He wanted to make Huang Taifeng suffer. Xiao, are you okay? Yufeng Hua asked worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Ling Xiao smiled and sped up to follow the rest of the group. He was blocked by Huang Taifeng's idiot just now, so he fell behind by a lot. When he caught up with the group, he noticed the martial artists in front suddenly stopped. This was the entrance of the giant dragon city. There was a dragon crystal hanging on the tall city gate tower. This was a genuine dragon crystal. It wasn't a pseudo-dragon crystal extracted from fossils by the dragon priests of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The two were not on the same level in terms of nature. The energy contained in it was far from the real dragon crystal. This dragon crystal wasn't very big, but it was as big as foreheads of an adult. The atmosphere in the air was somewhat tense. Everyone wanted to obtain the dragon crystal, but no one made a move. They seemed to be waiting for someone else to make the first move. Ling Xiao, who was weak, naturally chose to avoid it. He stood there in the distance. With his strength, he could only pick up scraps. If he were to snatch from others, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Boom! In the next instant, dozens of powerhouses flew up at the same time and pounced toward the dragon crystal. Just as he was about to touch the dragon crystal, a terrifying aura was suddenly released. At that moment, people seemed to see a huge black dragon flapping its wings and roaring. Ling Xiao turned around and ran. His current position was already very far away from the dragon crystal, but he still didn't feel safe. He went to a farther place and even activated the invincible ape deity array. The terrifying aura made him realize that he was in great danger. He believed that this was the safest option. Feeling safe, Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the situation over there. The dozen or so martial artists who were closest to the dragon crystal at the same time had already become corpses. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic. The other martial artists were more or less affected to some extent. The closer they were, the greater the damage they suffered. How terrifying! This giant dragon city is indeed full of danger. Just now, Ling Xiao had also discovered that there were unstable energy fluctuations on the dragon crystal. That was why he reacted in advance. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have to withdraw, with serious injuries. We can only see it, but we can't touch it. Such a good dragon crystal is actually going to be left here like this? Everyone wanted to leave, but they were very reluctant. What could be more painful than this? The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't touch it. It was simply heart-wrenching. Perhaps Yang Qi could get it, but he was long gone. Perhaps he was on a different path from everyone else. Ling Xiao looked at Ainli. That woman didn't seem to be interested in the dragon crystal. She just stood there calmly, and no one knew what she was thinking. A bunch of trash. At this moment, Huang Taifeng sneered, and a terrifying god martial spirit appeared behind him. It was the golden god martial spirit that could only be awakened by the royal bloodline of the golden martial kingdom. However, there were many different appearances of the golden god. Huang Taifeng's golden god looked more like a soldier made of gold. It held a spear in its hand and wore golden armor. After the god martial spirit was released, a terrifying martial spirit power was released. It shook the surrounding air to the point where it made a loud noise. The golden god suddenly appeared, reached out, and grasped the dragon crystal in his hands. Golden god's might, God submit. Huang Taifeng shouted coldly. Just as the dragon crystal was about to release its power, it was wrapped in a layer of golden liquid. Its power was completely sealed. This allowed Huang Taifeng to easily put the dragon crystal away. Although Ling Xiao didn't like this guy, he had to admit that this guy had a good martial spirit. In the eternal divine domain, martial spirits were divided into high and low ranks. Ordinary martial spirits and god martial spirits were divided into different ranks. As a high-grade god martial spirit, the golden god martial spirit was extremely powerful. After taking the dragon crystal, Huang Taifeng led his people and continued to move forward. No one noticed that there was a strange energy fluctuation behind the dragon crystal that had been taken away. The rest of the people followed Huang Taifeng. Ling Xiao didn't leave because he noticed the energy fluctuations behind the dragon crystal. He couldn't snatch it from others, but he could pick it up. He hadn't made a move yet because there was one more person who hadn't left. That person was Ainli. Ainli glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "You're very special. You're only at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon, but you were able to resist the terrifying dragon extinguishment. You're really impressive. Miss, you flatter me. Your strength is truly frightening." Ling Xiao smiled. Among these people, the only ones he felt helpless against were Ainli and Yang Qi. Although the others were strong, Ling Xiao had ways to make them suffer. Only these two people he could only think about but didn't dare to try. If he failed, he might not even have the chance to escape. "You know my strength, but you still dare to talk to me in such a manner. I'm even more interested in you now. If you can survive this time, I'll treat you to wine." After saying that, Ainli suddenly pointed a finger. The city tower was destroyed. There was actually a complete skeleton of a giant dragon inside the damaged city wall. Ainli smiled and waved her hand. She then put away the dragon's skeleton. Ling Xiao was really envious, but he couldn't help it. Who asked her to find it? This plan of picking up scraps had to be put on hold for now. Goodbye. Ainli put away the giant dragon skeleton and turned to leave. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Talking to such a terrifying person was really stressful. "Big brother, why aren't you chasing after her?" After Ainli left, Ling Xiao still didn't move. Instead, he stared at the giant city wall in a daze. This made Longchen a little confused, so he asked, "The fastest mobile version of the website, Chapter 5072. Longchen, do you believe what I'm going to say next?" Ling Xiao looked at the huge city wall with shock in his eyes. "Of course I believe you, big brother." Longchen said, "I saw it. There are thousands of dragons sleeping in these huge city walls. No, to be more precise, these thick city walls are made of the bodies of the dragons. Only 2 to 3 meters on the surface are stone buildings." Ling Xiao told him what he saw with his Taiji eye. It was a shocking scene. The densely packed dragons were next to each other, forming the thick city walls of the giant dragon city. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao could still feel the aura of life from the bodies of these dragons. It was just relatively weak. It was as if they had chosen to sleep for a long time, like hibernation. That's impossible. Long Chen was so shocked that his expression was distorted. The others were also shocked. Just the city walls made of dragons were already bizarre enough. Now that he knew that these giant dragons were alive, no one would be able to accept it immediately. I also think it's impossible, but it's true. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "What's going on with this giant dragon city?" He had a strange speculation in his heart. The natives of the giant dragon city in the past were not dead, but they had encountered some kind of disaster at that time. In order to avoid the disaster, they chose this way to fall into a deep sleep. Now he was most worried that the exploration of the ruins this time would awaken these dragons. That would be the most terrifying disaster. Although Ling Xiao could not see the strength of these dragons, he felt that the weakest among them was stronger than Yin Li and Yang Qi. What kind of scene would it be if thousands of dragons of this level appeared? It was scary just thinking about it. What should we do, big brother? Do we continue to move forward? Xiao Jin asked. Of course. Even if we don't go in, others might alarm these dragons. It's actually a good thing that we know in advance. I'll let the reverend body stay outside to provide support. If danger comes, we can know immediately and use the reverend body to escape. Ling Xiao released the reverend body and hid in the dark. Then he stepped into the interior of the giant dragon city. At that moment, Long Chen also felt the aura of a giant dragon. A terrifying aura was being emitted from the wall, but it was very affectionate. Perhaps it was because he was also a dragon. Many skeletons could be seen in Giant Dragon City. Some of them were human skeletons. The rest were actually the skeletons of giant dragons. However, the energy of these skeletons had already been used up, and they were no longer of any use. It seemed to have been forcefully absorbed by something. Those human skeletons were also very special. There seemed to be a part of their heads that was very different from human skeletons. Apart from this area, he couldn't see anything else. These skeletons no longer had any energy attached to them. With a light touch, it shattered into pieces. The people in front of him must have tried it as well, so he could see a lot of ashes on the ground. This was illogical. Logically speaking, for a creature as powerful as a giant dragon, even if only its skeleton was left behind, it would have lived for a very long time. However, as long as it was within 1,000,000 years, it would be impossible to exhaust all of its energy. There was only one explanation for this situation, which was that an external force had absorbed the energy. This made Ling Xiao even more shocked. What exactly happened in Giant Dragon City back then? The giant dragon couldn't even preserve its own skeleton. He continued to walk forward. Finally, he joined the main group. At this time, most of the warriors stopped. This was a courtyard, and in the middle of the courtyard stood a majestic giant dragon statue. Of course, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that the two eyes of this giant dragon statue were actually made up of 2 dragon crystals. And the quality of this dragon crystal was much stronger than the one on the city gate tower. A monstrous dragon might was constantly being released, making everyone greedy and fearful at the same time. No one moved. With the experience outside the city gate, everyone had obviously learned their lesson. Big Brother. The owners of these 2 dragon crystals were probably the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Queen of Giant Dragon City when they were alive. Such dragon crystals are too precious, even in the eternal divine realm. I'm afraid you can't find 2 of the same kind. Long Chen reminded. After all, he was a member of the giant dragon bloodline. His knowledge of dragon crystals was much richer than Ling Xiao's. Of course, Ling Xiao wanted these 2 dragon crystals. But the problem was, how? Both of these dragon crystals contained a terrifying amount of power. Even Yin Li and Yang Qi didn't dare to touch them. Huang Taifeng didn't dare to, because anyone who touched it would be destroyed. Huang Taifeng's arrogant look from before was completely gone. He stood there, looking very annoyed, but he still didn't dare to make a move, because that power was definitely not something he could withstand. Ling Xiao turned his head to look around and quickly analyzed the situation of the entire courtyard with his Taiji eye. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He could get something that others couldn't touch. This was called picking up a bargain. However, he couldn't get close to the giant dragon statue at all, not to mention snatching the dragon crystal. He had to think of a way first. Longchen, do you have a way to get the dragon crystal? Ling Xiao asked. After all, Longchen was a giant golden dragon. Perhaps he had a different way. Sorry, big brother, I really can't think of any way, but I suggest we stay a little further away. Those people will soon be unable to resist their greed and attack. It's safer to stay a little further away, Longchen said. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed, but he still released the invincible ape god formation. Longchen was right. These guys stayed here and refused to leave. It was obvious that they were having a psychological struggle. No one knew when they would suddenly attack. It would cause a disaster. He had just finished his defensive work. Then he saw Yin Li move. Yang Qi wasn't here, so Yin Li was the strongest among these people. Her figure flashed, and she was already on top of the giant dragon statue. A pure energy was released from her body and wrapped around one of the dragon crystals. The rest of the people didn't go up together, nor did they stop her. It was as if they wanted to see what would happen to Yin Li. The energy instantly turned into a blooming lotus flower. The lotus flower showed 7 colors and was very beautiful. The dragon crystal sensed the might of this power and suddenly released a terrifying energy to resist. Boom! The terrifying energy collision caused the surrounding air to distort. Many martial artists even vomited blood. They hurriedly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao felt incomparably fortunate. Fortunately, he was relatively far away. Otherwise, he would probably have died. The energy released by the 7-colored lotus flower became stronger and stronger. It was as if it was going to tear the dragon crystal out by force. Roar! The giant dragon was furious. The entire giant dragon statue seemed to have come alive. It released an even more terrifying power and instantly turned the entire courtyard into a sea of fire. Chapter 5073. A terrifying sea of fire was unleashed from the dragon statue. In an instant, dozens of martial artists were burned to ashes. As for Ling Xiao, he was still the furthest away, so he suffered the least damage. Only the invincible ape divine array was shattered. However, it was still terrifying. If he had rushed over to snatch the dragon crystal, he would have been a dead man by now. Bang! The 7-colored lotus was instantly shattered. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Yin Li's mouth. Although she wasn't seriously injured, it was impossible for her to obtain the treasure by herself. The shadow of a giant dragon appeared above the giant dragon statue. There were 2 of them. Although Yin Li had only touched one of the dragon crystals, both dragon crystals released a terrifying defensive power at this time. They looked down at the crowd with ferocious faces. It's just a dragon crystal. It's not a real dragon. How dare you be so arrogant? Come with me and snatch the dragon crystal. Huang Taifeng called out to his subordinates and charged over. Yin Li was obviously unable to snatch the dragon crystal by herself. However, if everyone worked together, the situation would be different. There were more than 10,000 martial artists present. If everyone gathered their strength, even the dragon crystal would be defeated. After all, the dragon crystal wasn't a real dragon. Its strength was limited. The two half-step divine soul realm martial artists beside Huang Taifeng attacked first. They tried to destroy the two illusory dragons. The golden beast, martial soul, that protected the golden god, appeared behind them. One was a golden leopard, and the other was a golden lion. The two energies bloomed at the same time. Their power was extremely terrifying. The two illusory dragons looked coldly at the two people who were charging over. They opened their mouths and spat out dragon extinguishment. They were clearly illusory and not real dragons, but they could use the power of the dragon crystal to release dragon extinguishment. The two dragon extinguishments pounced on the two half-step divine soul realm martial artists. They were blocked by a golden lion and a golden leopard. "Young master, we have a chance." They roared and called out to Huang Taifeng. Huang Taifeng also knew that this was an opportunity. However, the other martial artists also saw it as an opportunity. They all rushed over, trying to snatch the dragon crystal, while the two half-step divine soul realm martial artists blocked the dragon extinguishment. However, they seemed to have underestimated the dragon crystal. In the next moment, more illusory dragons appeared. However, these shadows were much smaller in size. One after another, they pounced on those warriors. Huang Taifeng released his golden divine martial spirit and pierced the small dragon phantom with his spear. However, in the next instant, the illusory figure exploded. At the same time, he released the terrifying dragon extinguish, which wrapped around Huang Taifeng's body. Fortunately, Huang Taifeng was prepared. His body was enveloped in a golden light, allowing him to avoid this suicidal attack. Unfortunately, not everyone was as lucky as him. Although the small colossal dragon's shadow was not strong, it could self-destruct. The dragon's extinction released by the explosion could instantly kill a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert. Dozens of martial artists were killed by this power. Good heavens! Fortunately, I don't have the strength to fight for the dragon crystal. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died even more miserably than them. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Come on, the energy of the dragon crystal is limited, and the giant dragon phantoms are about to be killed. Continue. Huang Taifeng roared, and the rest of the people also charged over. Once he was prepared, he would try his best to attack from a distance. That way, the self-destruction would be ineffective. Victory was in sight. The two dragon crystals released light again. In the next instant, a gust of black wind blew. All the martial artists who approached the colossal dragon statue were bound by the black wind. Upon closer inspection, the black wind looked like black snakes. Not only could it bind the enemy, but it could also release terrifying toxins to corrode the enemy's body. How terrifying! These two dragon crystals have really prepared too many ways to deal with them. At least 1/3 of the martial artists who entered the colossal dragon city would die if they wanted to obtain these two dragon crystals. Ling Xiao shook his head secretly. He had already given up on the fight for the dragon crystals because he noticed that the colossal dragon statue seemed to have a secret through the Tai Chi eye. However, the battle over there was still intense, so he couldn't go over. He was now like a bystander, standing outside the courtyard to observe the battle. There were many martial artists anyway, and an insignificant martial artist like him wouldn't be valued. In fact, even if he wanted to go over and help, he couldn't do much, because he wasn't strong enough. Damn it, these black winds are so difficult to deal with. Huang Taifeng had already released his golden divine martial spirit, but he still couldn't break free from the black wind's restraint. If this continued, he would most likely die here. After all, his cultivation wasn't considered strong. He was only at the 9th level divine physique realm, which was considered average among the martial artists here. A half-step divine soul realm martial artist could break free from the black wind, but it would take time. It wouldn't be easy for Huang Taifeng's subordinates to save him. At this moment, Li had already broken free from the black wind's restraint and approached the 2 dragon crystals. The dragon crystals seemed to have exhausted all their means. As long as Li got close, she would be able to seize the treasure. Bastard, these are mine. The golden 1,000-blade spear. Huang Taifeng wasn't willing to use the treasure in his hand at first. The golden 1,000-blade spear, an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns, was extremely powerful. It was also the strongest emperor weapon that Huang Taifeng could use. With the appearance of the golden 1,000-blade spear, the dazzling sword light instantly cleared the black wind around him. Then, he flew toward the dragon crystals with the spear in his hand. This guy actually has an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. As expected of a member of the imperial family, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he saw Huang Taifeng breaking free from the trap. You bullied me for no reason before. Now, it's time for me to take revenge. At this moment, Huang Taifeng and Li each went for a dragon crystal. They didn't stop each other. After all, if they fought each other now, they might not be able to get the dragon crystals. This was what it meant when both sides worked together. Li used the same method. The rainbow lotus appeared again. Although Huang Taifeng was weak, the golden 1,000-blade spear in his hand was extremely powerful. Countless spear shadows enveloped the other dragon crystal. He wanted to seize the dragon crystal by force. Rumble! At this moment, something terrifying happened. As the dragon crystal continued to struggle, the Great Rift Valley began to close. Black sand kept emerging from the ground. The giant dragon city seemed to be returning to the desert. Li and Huang Taifeng didn't care about this change. They were focused on seizing the dragon crystals. At this moment, a black lotus platform appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's heavenly demon eye could increase the power of the black lotus radiance. He knew that his black lotus radiance couldn't do anything to Huang Taifeng. However, it could definitely cause Huang Taifeng to be confused. In this way, it wouldn't be easy for Huang Taifeng to get the dragon crystal. He might even be injured by the dragon crystal's backlash. What? The black lotus platform crashed into Huang Taifeng's body. At that moment, Huang Taifeng's eyes became dull, even if the time was very short. However, the dragon crystal had already obtained the opportunity to turn the tables. It suddenly released a terrifying energy and knocked the golden 1,000-blade spear away. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 5074. Bastard who ambushed me? Huang Taifeng never dreamed that there would be someone among these people who dared to ambush him. Moreover, it was such a brilliant soul secret technique. Not only did it cause him to lose his golden 1,000-blade spear, but it also put him in danger. A terrifying energy burst out from the dragon crystal and blasted towards him. At that moment, Huang Taifeng almost despaired. With his cultivation, if he didn't have the golden 1,000-blade spear to block it, he would be dead for sure. Young master, one of the half-step divine, soul realm experts, rushed out at the critical moment. He blocked the fatal blow for Huang Taifeng, but he was killed by the energy released by the dragon crystal. After killing the half-step divine soul realm expert, the dragon crystal abandoned Huang Taifeng and rushed towards Li. Li was about to suppress one of the dragon crystals, but she had no choice but to give up. The 2 dragon crystals broke through the sky and flew out of the Rift Valley. Bastard! If I find out who ambushed me, I'll kill him." Huang Taifeng roared at the crowd and led his men to break through the sky. The Rift Valley began to close. The wisest thing to do now was to chase after the dragon crystals. Although he didn't know who ambushed him, it was impossible to find out in such an environment. Seeing Huang Taifeng leave, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. "Too bad. It's not you who died, you idiot. You have to pay the price for bullying others, no matter who you are." After Huang Taifeng left, the martial artists chased after him. This place was the core of Giant Dragon City. They firmly believed that the 2 dragon crystals that even divine soul realm experts yearned for were the best treasures. In addition, the Rift Valley was closing. No one knew what would happen next. Of course, they would choose to chase after the dragon crystals. After everyone left, Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed to the vicinity of the giant dragon statue. He had already sensed that there was a secret in that place. Unfortunately, he was too weak to check it in front of everyone. Now that everyone had left, he could check it in peace. "Boss, are we not going out? I feel like the Rift Valley is about to close." Xiao Jin asked doubtfully. "The Rift Valley closing is just a smokescreen. I'm afraid there really is a giant dragon here. This is to protect Giant Dragon City." Although Ling Xiao was the weakest among those people, he was still the strongest. However, in terms of understanding of formations, he was the best of the best. In the entire Eternal Divine Realm, there was probably no one who was stronger than him except for his master, the Yuan Venerate. The great Rift Valley was indeed shaking. It was indeed closing, but it would last for at least a day. Some kind of powerful existence had used a formation to create a large-scale camouflage. This caused people to mistakenly think that the Great Rift Valley was closing extremely quickly. Creating a smokescreen on the basis of facts would make it easier for people to believe. However, this kind of trick could not escape his eyes. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already arrived near the dragon statue. The entire body of the sculpture was carved with scales. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to notice that one of the scales was different from the rest. But instead, it was where the mechanism was. Ling Zhao's Taiji, I caught this. Of course, it was also because of his familiarity with array formations that he was the first to break the camouflage. "Master, I need your help. I have found the key scale, but I don't have the ability to break the array formation on it." Ling Xiao observed for a moment. Although his array formation ability was already very strong, it was still incomparable to his master, the Yuan Venerate. "It's simple," the Yuan Venerate said, casually. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He was probably the only one in the entire Eternal Divine Realm who dared to say that it was simple. Even if all the array formation masters in the Eternal Divine Realm were here, they probably would not have the ability to break this thing. However, a Yuan Venerate could. While the Yuan Venerate was breaking the array formation, Ling Xiao released the bloodthirsty plague and absorbed all the energy of the dead experts. The weakest of these experts was an 8th-level divine body echelon cultivator. The strongest was a half-step divine soul echelon cultivator. After absorbing the energy, Ling Zhao's divine essence level soared by 2 levels and reached level 5. He was not far from the level of the Eternal Divine Realm. In addition, he also picked up Huang Taifeng's golden thousand-blade spear. He gave this spear directly to Long Chen. The combination of the golden dragon and the golden thousand-blade spear was naturally outstanding. However, in order to avoid trouble, he modified the golden thousand-blade spear. Its appearance changed the most. Its effect also improved to a certain extent. Although Long Chen could not use the Emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns for the time being, he would be able to use it sooner or later. In addition, the 6 people, including Lan Chen, were each given an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. They had obtained these from the experts who had been killed. Ling Xiao had obtained 3 such treasures. He saved them all. He was going to use them when he upgraded the Void God sword. It could be said that the few of them had gained a lot. Kacha! At that moment, the sculpture suddenly sank, revealing a stone staircase that led underground. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao knew that the mechanism had been broken. Thus, he quickly rushed down. No one knew if those fellows who had chased after Yang Qi would return. No one knew the whereabouts of that Yang Qi. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to speed up whatever he wanted to do. Otherwise, breaking this mechanism would be a gift to others. Stepping into the space under the stone staircase, Ling Xiao also set up a small illusion. Because it was small, it was easier to control and set up. After he was done, he went down the stairs. There were about 100 steps. When he walked down the last step, a fierce aura instantly enveloped him. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a sea of blood. Universe of Tyrants. Ling Xiao entered the beast god body state and released Universe of Tyrants. Only then did his body feel a little better. The underground space was not too big. Ling Xiao saw a huge container in the underground space at a glance. There was a dragon egg in the container. This was the egg of a giant dragon. Moreover, it was not a fossil, but a real egg. The dragon egg was soaked in a black liquid, which emitted a strange fishy smell. Big brother, that's the dragon blood of the black-winged giant dragon. As a giant dragon, Long Chun recognized what the black liquid was at a glance. It's actually dragon blood. Long Chun, hurry up and absorb it. Ling Xiao said. Giant dragon blood was obviously more suitable for Long Chun. Although Ling Xiao also had dragon blood, it was a higher grade divine dragon bloodline. The effect of absorbing dragon blood was obviously not as great as Long Chen's. Thank you, big brother. Long Chun did not decline. After coming out of the universe world, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The black-wind giant dragon blood fused into his body. The next moment, he closed his eyes. The process of refining the dragon blood began. Ling Xiao kept Long Chun back into the universe world. Long Chun probably did not have much combat strength left. However, when the refinement of the dragon blood was completed, Long Chen's strength might increase tremendously. What about the dragon egg? Yu Fanghua looked at the dragon egg that was soaked in the dragon blood and felt pity. Women were soft-hearted, after all. Chapter 5075. If Fanghua likes it, you can take it to incubate. Who knows, you might have a powerful partner in the future. Ling Xiao laughed. Men always liked to strengthen their women so that they would not be bullied by others. Especially in this world of martial artists, danger lurked everywhere. No one knew if they would be separated in the next moment. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He only hoped that Yu Fenghua's fighting power would be stronger and her survival ability would be stronger. As he spoke, he kept the dragon egg into the universe of tyrants. In the universe of tyrants, the dragon egg could absorb the power of the universe to incubate. In the future, he could give it to Yu Fanghua. However, just as he was about to put away the dragon egg, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, the basement shook violently. A huge shadow suddenly appeared. Although it was terrifying, Ling Xiao was not afraid. The other party was just a shadow, so its fighting power would not be too strong. Moreover, the appearance of the other party was probably related to the dragon egg. It could be said that he had dragon essence. If the other party really wanted to harm him, he could use the dragon egg to threaten him. Although it was a little despicable, If he still cared about principles in this situation, he would not be far from death. Let the young master go, or I will let you sleep in this underground forever. The huge shadow was an adult black wind dragon. Not only was its body huge, but the power of the shadow had reached the level of divine soul realm. It was very terrifying. Brother Dragon, do you think it's good to threaten me now? Ling Xiao looked at the huge shadow and said coldly, if you are a smart dragon, you should know that you should know. The only one who can protect your young master now is me. Those people outside might not protect the dragon egg well. When they see it, they might even refine it directly. After all, the power of the dragon egg is also very strong. The black wind dragon's huge claws had already reached the top of Ling Xiao's head, but at that moment, it stopped. He had to admit that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Looking at you, you only have a trace of dragon soul left, right? Do you think you can protect him? Wake up. The level of your dragon blood is too low. If you want to incubate your young master, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But I'm different. I possess the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon king. At that moment, Ling Xiao released the aura of a primordial divine dragon king. He didn't use his bloodline power much in battle, mainly because he didn't know how to use it. Perhaps it was because his strength was too weak that he was unable to use the treasures despite having them. However, the primordial divine dragon king's bloodline power was still 1 in 10,000. Just this little bit of bloodline power was enough to give him supreme authority in the dragon clan. Back then, he had relied on the power of the primordial divine dragon king's bloodline to subdue Long Chen's clan. Divine Dragon King, you really are the successor of the divine dragon king. The black wind colossal dragon's shadow suddenly knelt on the ground. It was an absolute submission to a superior. Ling Xiao's primordial divine dragon king bloodline was simply too powerful. It was enough to crush any dragon bloodline in the world. In addition, the black wind colossal dragon worshipped the divine dragon king to begin with. That was why it was even more so. How could it be fake? Ling Xiao stood there. A divine dragon's shadow hovered above his body. It let him reveal the domineering majesty that truly belonged to the divine dragon king. The feeling of being the only one in the world. Your Majesty, divine dragon king, can you really protect our black wind colossal dragon's young master from death? The black wind colossal dragon wasn't questioning, but looking forward to it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I don't dare to say anything else. At the very least, I can guarantee that he will hatch and become stronger. Before he reaches adulthood, I will always protect him. However, after he reaches adulthood, it will depend on his own ability. I believe in you, Your Majesty. However, although you are the successor of the divine dragon king bloodline, you are still too weak. Let me lend you a hand. The black wind colossal dragon's idea was very simple. It would give the last of its remaining strength to Ling Xiao. This way, Ling Xiao could also become stronger. Only when Ling Xiao became stronger would the black wind colossal dragon's young master be safer. Thank you. Ling Xiao did not refuse. The next moment, that huge dragon shadow suddenly scuttled into Ling Xiao's body, helping Ling Xiao transform his divine essence, transform his body, and transform his soul. It made everything about Ling Xiao stronger. It's not good to stay here for long. Better withdraw first. The energy in Ling Xiao's body surged. It made him very uncomfortable. However, he also knew that now was not the time to cultivate. The black wind colossal dragon had already given all of its remaining strength to him. This colossal dragon city's sinking speed would definitely accelerate. If he didn't get out earlier, he would probably really have to stay underground for 10 years. Ling Xiao forcefully endured the discomfort and flew out. At this time, those powerhouses were still fighting for the 2 dragon crystals. However, this already had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. With his strength, he was not qualified to fight for that thing. However, he already obtained something more outstanding than that dragon crystal, so he did not ask for more. Ling Xiao also noticed that the pursuers were getting closer and closer. He quietly took advantage of the chaos to escape. No one knew that this nobody at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon could come out alive from underground, including Huang Taifeng. Everyone thought that he was dead. This was actually a good thing for him. After finding a safe place, Ling Xiao released the martial soul barrier and then used the formation to protect himself. He let Little Gold, Yufanghua, and Cold Plum out to protect him. Meanwhile, he began to cultivate. The energy in his body had to be refined and digested as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be killed by this energy. Although this black desert was very dangerous, his companion's strength had increased by a lot. Protecting him while he cultivated was not a problem. After Long Chun and I finish cultivating, our counterattack will begin. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. He was very unwilling to run away. The reason why he ran was because he was not strong enough. He could not even defeat the powerhouses at the border of the Golden Martial Nation, not to mention people like Huang Taifeng, Yang Qi, and Yin Li. However, if he completely absorbed the Black Wind Colossal Dragon's energy, then the level of his divine energy would definitely reach a very high level. At that time, he would truly be able to contend with the powerhouses of the eternal divine realm. That's right. We've been too cowardly recently. We've been chased by people from Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City. It wasn't easy to find a ruin, but we didn't have the strength to fight for the treasures. Boss, this time we must give those people a good beating. Little Gold gritted her teeth. Xiao, no matter what decision you make, we'll support you. Now, let's quickly refine the energy in your body. If you become stronger, we'll have more opportunities to become stronger. Yufanghua said, Master, don't worry and cultivate. Cold Plum's words were short but firm. Ling Xiao nodded and did not waste any more time. He devoted himself to refining the energy. He had to admit that the remaining energy of the Black Wind Colossal Dragon was too great. It was impossible to refine it all at once. Therefore, he had to store a portion of it as potential to prepare for future cultivation. Chapter 5076. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, his entire body wrapped in the black wind. A mysterious and powerful force was constantly transforming his body, because the Black Wind Colossal Dragon willingly offered its power. Ling Xiao did not encounter any resistance when absorbing it. This energy seemed to belong to him in the first place, being absorbed by his limbs and bones. Every cell in his body began to operate. He used this energy to refine his body, his divine essence, and his soul. He wanted to make himself stronger. While refining this energy, Ling Xiao also consumed supreme-grade spirit stones. This made the energy even purer. After all, he was not the Black Wind Colossal Dragon. He could not duplicate all the energy at once. He still had to convert it into his own power. The supreme-grade spirit stones contained pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was perfect for this effect. It could also improve the quality of the Black Wind Colossal Dragon's energy. This was why gold-grade spirit stones were so expensive. Ling Xiao continued to guide this energy. While strengthening his body, divine essence, and soul, he also strengthened and upgraded each of his martial souls. This included the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This powerful martial soul had not been upgraded for a long time. Even so, it was Ling Zhao's most powerful trump card. Now, with the help of this energy, it was becoming more complete. The Mountain River world showed the complete outline of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. The Sky Tyrant martial soul also gave Ling Zhao more power. At the same time, the dragon egg placed in the Sky Tyrant universe was also absorbing the powerful energy and gradually hatching. Everything was going smoothly. With the powerful effect of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Zhao would not make any mistakes in refining the energy. Yufanhua, Little Gold, and Cold Plum felt Ling Zhao's rising aura and smiled. Back then, no one in the 4 domains and 9 worlds could match them. They were the top existences. Who dared to defy them? But after coming to the eternal divine realm, they hit a wall everywhere. It was difficult to even settle down in a city. Anyone would be disappointed and depressed. The reason for all this was that they were too weak. The key was that the level of his divine energy and his physical body were not high enough. If everyone stood on the same foundation, they wouldn't be so cowardly. Now, Ling Zhao was rushing in that direction. Once they succeeded, they would be able to gain more autonomy. Moreover, once Ling Zhao became stronger, the speed at which they became stronger would also increase. In the future, when they stabilized their god nations, who would dare to talk about killing them? Thinking of this, Xiao Jin was especially excited. Yu Fanghua actually didn't care. As long as she could stay by Ling Zhao's side, she felt very happy. Of course, she also wanted to become stronger. She wanted to contribute to her man. Otherwise, such happy days would be numbered. Cold Plum's thoughts were simpler. She wanted to protect her master. It was that simple. Therefore, everyone wanted to become stronger. In the distant ruins, the battle seemed to have ended. Although no one knew who had obtained the dragon crystal, a large number of experts had already left one after another. On the other side, the sounds of the pursuing troops were getting closer and closer. It was really a race against time for cultivation. After a full 3 hours, Ling Zhao integrated a large amount of the Black Wind Dragon's energy. It was just that the Black Wind Dragon's energy was too strong, so most of it was still integrated into the potential cells and stored. In future battles, he would continuously release it. Now, Ling Zhao's divine energy level had reached level 9. Although it was still a little short of level 10, he could feel that his current combat power could easily crush a 6th level divine body realm expert. It wouldn't be as uncomfortable as before. If he released Universe of Tyrants, he could even kill an early-stage 7th level divine body realm martial artist. And it was a one-on-one kill. His divine energy level only needed to increase by 1 level. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Anyway, the Black Wind Dragon's energy hadn't been completely digested. It should be very easy to increase by 1 level in battle. As for Long Chen, his cultivation had also ended. Long Chen's improvement was greater than Ling Zhao's. Perhaps it was because his basic divine energy wasn't as much as Ling Zhao's. Long Chen's divine energy level directly reached level 10, which was already the standard of an ordinary martial artist in the eternal divine territory. This way, Long Chen wouldn't be afraid of an ordinary peak 7th level divine body realm expert at all. In addition to his powerful golden colossal dragon bloodline, he would be able to put up a fight even if he encountered a martial artist in the early stage of the divine physique 8th level. There was another good thing, which was that the dragon egg had hatched. Of course, it was also a black wind dragon that hatched from the dragon egg. However, it was currently in the form of a baby dragon. However, the special thing was that it belonged to the Black Wind Dragon's royal bloodline. He could clearly feel the enormous potential within it. It was only a baby dragon, but it already had a terrifying strength that was equivalent to an early-stage divine soul realm expert. However, it was a pity that because it was too small, it had less divine energy. Therefore, it could only last for about a minute in battle. Of course, Ling Xiao was satisfied. A minute of combat power for a divine soul realm expert was too important to them now. Moreover, this baby dragon was hatched by Ling Xiao. He trusted Ling Xiao more than anyone else. He would listen to whoever Ling Xiao told him to. Little Black, she's your mother from now on. Be good and listen to her. Ling Xiao gave the Black Wind Dragon to Yufeng Hua. With such a powerful bodyguard protecting her, the possibility of Yufeng Hua being in danger should be very low. Little Black is so cute. Yufeng Hua stroked the little black dragon gently. The little fellow actually smiled comfortably. If possible, I really don't want to use him in battle. Ling Xiao looked at Little Black and smiled dotingly. After all, the little fellow was still young. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Then, a few martial artists appeared in their field of vision. Without a doubt, they were martial artists from Blue Sea City. Ling Xiao put Yufeng Hua and the others into the universe world. Only by taking them by surprise could they maximize their combat power. He sat there alone and pretended to cultivate. Soon, the martial artists from Blue Sea City discovered Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao's appearance had not changed, so these people recognized him at a glance. They even looked at the bounty list for a long time. They probably couldn't believe that all of this was so easy to obtain. Commander, that seems to be Ling Xiao. Finally, someone said, "What?" Commander Lu looked at Ling Xiao carefully and confirmed that there was no problem. But he really didn't understand. This guy clearly knew that there were pursuers behind him, but he still dared to cultivate here. Was he stupid, or did he have other motives? Sometimes things were too simple and easy to be at a loss. The current situation was like that. Be careful. Surround him and be careful of ambushes. Commander Lu ordered. The fat meat was in front of them. Even if they were worried, they couldn't do nothing. They had to try. Otherwise, they would regret it. Chapter 5077. In order to chase after Ling Xiao, Commander Lu's team of close to 100 people was now left with only 50 or so people. Many of them were still injured. In the battle with the cactus previously, the losses were really quite heavy. If he couldn't capture Ling Xiao, then even if he went back, he would still be punished. "You're Ling Xiao?" Commander Lu asked. He didn't dare to get close to Ling Xiao, so he was about 100 meters away from him. However, the encirclement had already been formed. More than 50 people still had an absolute advantage in numbers. These people looked at Ling Xiao with anger in their eyes. Although Ling Xiao didn't offend them, they caused a large number of their brothers to die tragically because of chasing after Ling Xiao. Naturally, they poured all their hatred onto Ling Xiao. Perhaps in their opinion, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have had so many sacrifices. However, they never thought that if they didn't chase after Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have had any sacrifices either. These guys were just so shameless. "That's right, I'm Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Commander Lu indifferently. "You're here for me?" Commander Lu smiled and said, "Are you still playing dumb? You killed so many people from Blue Sea City. You even killed my good brother, Commander Zhang. Shouldn't we be chasing after you?" "That's what they asked for." Ling Xiao said sarcastically, "If you want my bounty, don't say such nonsense. Come on, I'm right here. If you have the ability, then kill me. However, let me remind you that the moment we make a move, we'll become mortal enemies. When you die in my hands, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Commander Lu's brows furrowed even tighter. For Ling Xiao to be able to kill Commander Zhang, his strength was definitely not weak. However, looking at it now, Ling Xiao was only at the 5th level of the Divine Body realm. He didn't seem as strong as he imagined. Was there really an ambush? When he thought of the bounty posters, he was almost certain that Ling Xiao had accomplices. However, he didn't know where his accomplices were at this time. Nor did he discover them. Should I make a move or not? This was a problem. Where are your accomplices? Commander Lu asked. Oh, them? They're nearby. Didn't you notice? Ling Xiao smiled. Stop trying to be mysterious. Don't try to scare us with this kind of bluff. Old Lu, won't fall for that. Commander Lu roared. These words were still a test. He wanted to see panic in Ling Xiao's eyes, seeing uneasiness. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao's eyes were as calm as ever. There was no panic or fear in them. This caused his expression to become extremely unsightly. This kid in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Lord Commander, this fellow is just bluffing. Let's attack. Even if his accomplices were here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Their leader's strength is so weak. The rest of them probably aren't that strong either. Someone beside him suggested. His words made Commander Lu make up his mind. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Old Lu, was almost fooled by you. What a pity, Commander Lu laughed. Everyone, prepare to attack. That's why I said that you should have attacked from the start. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It makes you seem very cautious. Ling Xiao mockingly hooked his finger at Commander Lu. Commander Lu's eyes were filled with anger. Although he could only be ranked at the bottom among the 72 commanders of Blue Sea City, he was still a commander of Blue Sea City, a peak 7th level divine, physique echelon expert. He was actually mocked by a 5th level divine, physique echelon trash. He felt very unhappy. His heart felt like it was about to explode, especially Ling Xiao's smiling face. It simply made him extremely unhappy. At this moment, there were already other voices in the distance. Commander Lu became even more anxious. If other forces rushed over, it would be even more troublesome. Along the way, he had encountered Dual Axe City's cavalry and Dark God Palace's assassins, as well as those experts from the land of exile. Although they had a tacit understanding not to attack, it was only temporary. If the target appeared, a battle would definitely break out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. Attack! Kill this kid first. I don't believe that his companions won't show up. Commander Lu clenched his teeth and finally gave the order to attack. He was also riding a tiger and had no way to back down. However, this order was really unwise. If he chose to leave, he might still be able to keep his life. However, this attack was destined to kill him. Ling Xiao and his companion's strength had increased, especially him and Long Chen, who had improved the most. In addition to Blackie's existence, how could these people win? The reason why Commander Lu didn't attack was that he was wary of Ling Xiao's companions. Moreover, he thought that his subordinates were more than enough to kill Ling Xiao. After all, there were close to 26th level divine physique echelon experts among these 50 people. The rest were 5th and 4th level divine physique echelon martial artists. If they couldn't even kill a 5th level divine physique echelon martial artist, they would be too useless. Faced with the sudden encirclement of more than 50 experts, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Just nice. I can test out my new power. The power he had just obtained from the Blackwinged Colossal Dragon allowed his divine essence level to reach level 9. However, he was only speculating how terrifying the lethality of level 9 divine essence level would be. He hadn't tested it out yet. Just nice. These guys came knocking on his door. Ling Xiao slowly stood up. He entered the beast god body state. At the same time, he took out the void god sword. However, he didn't use the dominating sky possession. Faced with the attacks around him, he just swung the void god sword in a circle. He didn't use any martial skills. The next moment, there were continuous screams. The encirclement instantly collapsed. More than 10 martial artists died. All of them were 4th and 5th level divine, physique, echelon martial artists. Those 6th level divine, physique, echelon martial artists had no choice but to stop and block the attacks. In the end, the encirclement collapsed just like that. A level 9 divine essence level coupled with 2 divine dragon inscriptions emperor weapons. Even a normal attack is so fierce. Looks like my speculations still underestimated my strength. Ling Xiao didn't attack anymore. Instead, he stood there with the void god sword in his hand, silently thinking about something. Seeing this shocking scene, Commander Lu's expression changed drastically. He was originally worried about the ambush of Ling Xiao's accomplices, so he didn't take Ling Xiao's strength to heart at all. However, this scene made him realize that he had underestimated his opponent. "You bastard, what did you do just now?" Commander Lu roared angrily, killing more than 10 people in an instant. Only an expert of his level could do such a thing. "Didn't you see? I just swung my sword." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "This is just a warning. Next time, it won't be so simple." "Ha ha ha, trying to scare old Lu? I don't believe it. Reorganize the encirclement. I'll deal with him personally." Commander Lu laughed maniacally. This guy looked like a fierce general. He wasn't frightened by Ling Xiao's strength. Peak. Chapter 5078. Ha ha. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What a reckless fool. He had already shown mercy, yet he still did not know how to retreat. Since that was the case, why should he continue to hold back? At that moment, he chose the tyrannical sky possession. To deal with an expert of Commander Lu's level, he still needed to use the power of the tyrannical sky martial soul, together with the 2 emperor weapons with divine dragon patterns. It should be able to make up for the difference in his strength. Of course, if his divine essence level reached level 10, then he wouldn't need to do that. The tyrannical sky martial soul was just to make up for the difference in divine essence quality. Ling Xiao's laughter made Commander Lu even more furious. Although he didn't dare to say how powerful he was in the human race's divine nations, a mere 5th level divine physique echelon cultivator dared to laugh at him like that. This made him quite unhappy. Behind him, the sea serpent god martial soul appeared. The huge snake shadow flicked its tongue and let out a low and fearful roar. At that moment, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Blood-colored snowflakes floated in the air. This was why Commander Lu's sea serpent god martial soul was more powerful than Commander Zhang's. Not only could it control the water elements, but it could also turn the water elements into ice and snow. In the desert, the temperature plummeted, and the air was filled with a cold aura. In just a moment, the scorching desert became a palace of ice and snow. No one has ever dared to mock me like this, especially trash like you, who doesn't even understand the god martial soul. You actually dare to look down on me, an existence with a mid-grade god martial soul. I really don't know who gave you the guts. Commander Lu's body floated gently in the air, and the huge snake shadow behind him looked down at Ling Xiao as if it was looking at its prey. The sea serpent god roared at Ling Xiao with a murderous aura, causing the blood-colored ice and snow to reveal an incomparably terrifying killing intent. The martial artists that followed Commander Lu were all trembling. This murderous aura made them feel extremely uncomfortable. As expected of Commander Lu, the sea serpent god martial soul is really powerful. That's right, Commander Lu's strength is much stronger than Commander Zhang's. That kid is dead meat. The reason why our Blue Sea City is strong is because of the efforts of the 72 commanders. This time, we definitely won't fail. Commander Lu's expression did not change when he heard the crowd's words. Clearly, this was a rational person. Despite being flattered, he was still able to control his emotions. Ling Xiao, you will pay for your arrogance. Do it, don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao gestured with a smile. Commander Lu's strength was completely within his grasp. It was not beyond his expectations. In fact, it was even worse than what he had imagined. Perhaps this person did not have the courage to press forward. When people lack courage, they will become weak. Perhaps it was because it had fused with the Black Wind Dragon's ability and became stronger. Ling Xiao felt that perhaps defeating Commander Lu would not be a difficult matter. His opponent only had an Emperor weapon with 1 divine dragon pattern, while he had the Void God sword with 2 divine dragon patterns. If he still couldn't defeat his opponent with the advantage of weapons, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Arrogant. Commander Lu really did not want to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao anymore. This arrogant guy was completely provoking him continuously. All right, since that was the case, he would use the most terrifying method to let this brat die in pain. Ice roar. Commander Lu let out a furious roar. Condensing divine essence with both hands, the huge snake shadow behind him opened its bloody mouth and let out a sky-shaking roar. Boom. A storm condensed from blood-red ice, and snow pounced toward Ling Xiao in a spiral form. It emitted a destructive sound in the void. This guy's strength has already surpassed all the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, it will also become a stepping stone for me to walk to the peak. Facing this terrifying ice storm, Ling Xiao grasped the Void God sword with both hands. Divine essence kept accumulating, but he did not release a move. He wanted to wait for the best moment to make a move. When the ice storm was only 3 meters away from him, the Void God sword in his hand finally stabbed out. Void God technique, 9-word style. 9 sword lights merged into one, erupting with an even more powerful point-breaking ability. It instantly tore the ice storm apart. However, the opponent's attack was also extremely powerful. The 9 sword lights also collapsed at that moment. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. I can do it! After this attack, Ling Xiao was even more confident. Finally, he did not have to be so cowardly. One had to know that when he faced Commander Zhang, who was about the same strength as him, he could only take a beating. But now, they were already evenly matched in battle. This was the huge improvement that the Black Wind Dragon's energy brought to him. This is impossible. This was Commander Lu's first reaction. Ling Xiao could actually fight him to a draw. This was completely illogical. It should not be like this. I like it when my opponent says something like this. Seeing you guys surprised and at a loss makes me feel good. Ling Xiao's face was brimming with a smile. With the Beast God's body, the Sky Tyrant's possession, and the Void God's sword, he already had the ability to fight an expert at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If combined with his Martial Soul Array and various Martial Soul special skills, it should not be much of a problem to defeat Commander Lu. The Martial Soul Array could fuse with Martial Soul special skills, and it could also amplify Martial Soul's special skills. They were originally existences that complemented each other. It did not mean that the other could not be used just because one was released. Continue. Ling Xiao sneered and began to take the initiative to attack. Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. Using his movement technique, he suddenly pounced on Commander Lu. This speed was much faster than before he absorbed the Black Wind Dragon's energy. Once again, Commander Lu was shocked. This caused Commander Lu to completely lose his composure. Because of a misjudgment, he completely misjudged Ling Zhao's strength. Block it! Commander Lu had already seen how terrifying the Void God's sword in Ling Zhao's hand was. Therefore, he definitely could not let his opponent hit him. He raised the battle saber in his hand and faced it. If everything went as planned, his battle saber should be able to block Ling Zhao's attack. After all, he was not a weakling. But how could Ling Zhao's attack be so simple? Dragon God's Frost Array. Both of them used ice, but Ling Zhao's ability was much stronger than Commander Lu's. The moment the array appeared, Commander Lu's speed suddenly dropped. This made his eyes fill with unparalleled terror. Oh no! The Dragon God's Frost Array was not frightening, but what was frightening was that Ling Zhao had used it at the perfect time. At this time, Commander Lu could not do anything else at all. He could only watch as Ling Zhao's Void God sword stabbed at him. Crack! Commander Lu's saber-wielding right hand was chopped off. Ha! It's much more powerful. If it was at the divine origin level before, this attack would not have been able to cut off his hand. Ling Zhao was fighting and also experimenting. The eternal divine realm was different from the 4 realms and 9 realms. There were advantages to having a sturdy law, but there were also many disadvantages. This was because a person's body would become more resilient, and it would be extremely difficult to replicate and be reborn. Chapter 5079. Because it was so difficult to recover, there was a wide market for pills that could speed up limb regrowth in the eternal divine realm. Commander Lu's severed right arm could be recovered, but it would take at least a month. Otherwise, he'd have to use special pills or potions to recover. Clearly, with Commander Lu's status, he did not possess such a thing. In other words, he couldn't recover his right arm in a short time. That was the arm that he used as the main fighter. How could he fight without it? Damn it, Ice Cage! Commander Lu's first reaction was to protect himself. As long as he didn't die, he'd have a chance to live. In that instant, the sea serpent god wrapped around his entire body, forming a thick layer of ice. Even if Ling Zhao attacked with all his might, he couldn't break through the ice. But like all invincible defensive secret arts, this ice cage could only last for 30 seconds. The ice prison could only last for 30 seconds, and it would take an hour to use it again. Commander Lu had to think of a way to deal with it within those 30 seconds. Otherwise, he'd die the moment the ice cage collapsed. What's wrong with this guy? How can he be so strong? He's seriously inconsistent with the information. Is there something wrong with the information on the bounty list? Commander Lu had saved his life, but he was panicking. His opponent was too terrifying. Although they were equal in strength, his combat skills were far superior, especially in a way that was impossible to guard against. He couldn't deal with it at all. One mistake, and he'd lost his right arm, greatly reducing his combat strength. Although he could still fight, he couldn't compare to his peak state at all. Damn it! Isn't this guy a seed from the 4 realms and 9 worlds? He's just a seed. Although he's talented, he can't be this strong. How can this be? I'm really in a desperate situation. At that moment, he recalled what Ling Zhao had said before. So he wasn't bluffing. It was a warning. Do you think you'll be fine as long as you hide in that ice cage? Don't you care about your subordinates? Ling Zhao didn't try to break out of the ice cage. Although he had a way, it was too strenuous. In any case, his goal was to kill all those who dared to hunt him down. Therefore, no one dared to touch his bounty list. At the very least, most people wouldn't dare to touch it. That way, he could live a more carefree life. What are you doing? Commander Lu asked in horror. Ling Zhao didn't say anything, but he had already used his actions to tell him. A demonic shadow flickered, and a 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist fell to the ground. The The corpse gradually dried up. The void god sword absorbed all of its energy. Stop! Stop! Commander Lu roared in horror. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to Commander Lu. While attacking the cultivators from Blue Sea City, he coldly said, "Do you remember my warning from the beginning? I really don't want to kill anyone. I hope you can let me go." But you didn't. You guys are clamoring to kill me. If I'm not as strong as you guys, I'm afraid it's useless even if I beg for mercy now. Another sword strike killed 2 people at the same time. Ling Zhao's face was expressionless, as if he was fighting a group of puppets. Run! Blue Sea City's martial artists finally realized their fear. They didn't care about Commander Lu anymore, and all of them madly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao didn't chase after those who fled. He said that he would kill those who wanted to kill him, but he couldn't be bothered to chase after those who had lost their will to fight. The Black Desert was full of danger. No one knew what they would encounter, so it was better to be careful. This was the so-called "don't chase a cornered enemy." But even so, only half of the 50 or so people had managed to escape. The rest were killed by Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the level of his divine essence still didn't increase. It seemed that the last level was quite difficult to increase. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Blue Sea City wasn't the only pursuers. There were others. All he needed to do was to kill all of them. He didn't believe that he wouldn't level up. You're really lucky. There were still 10 seconds before the ice prison. However, Ling Xiao discovered that 3 groups of pursuers had arrived at almost the same time. Dual Axe City's cavalry was awe-inspiring, and their horned tigers roared in the black wind. The leader was Xue Hongyi. When this guy saw Ling Xiao, his eyes turned red. He had been brooding over the fact that Ling Xiao stole his storage ring and the things inside. More importantly, he was actually defeated by Ling Xiao and his companions and fled. This was simply a humiliation to him. He had to take revenge. The current Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Xue Hongyi at all. The problem was there was actually an early-stage Divine Body 8th level powerhouse beside Xue Hongyi. Ling Xiao couldn't resist that terrifying aura at all. Not only that, but the other group of people were also experts. These people were all dressed in black and had their faces covered. They were like ghosts in the black wind. The leader of the group had short silver hair. He looked extremely fierce. Although his cultivation was on par with Commander Lu, an assassin was still an assassin. If Commander Lu fought with this person, he would probably be killed in 3 moves. He was definitely a terrifying guy. The people following him were all assassins, and each of them released a terrifying killing intent. It made one tremble with fear. There was another group of people. There weren't many of them, but they were all Divine Body 7th level powerhouses. Ling Xiao smelled a familiar scent from these people. A motley crew from the land of exile, but why do I feel that they are much stronger than before? Oh, right. The power of law in the eternal divine territory is different from the Heaven's Wall City. No wonder this is their true strength. These guys are called a motley crew, but they are not a motley crew at all. Ling Xiao frowned. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Facing these 3 groups of people at the same time, plus the team from Blue Sea City that hadn't been completely wiped out. Even if he got help from his companions, they might not be able to win. It seemed that he had to think of another way. The reason why Ling Xiao said that Commander Lu had a good life was because he was preparing to slip away. "Commander Lu, I advise you to scram back to Blue Sea City. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life. Goodbye." Ling Xiao weighed the pros and cons. He knew that he couldn't fight head-on now, and he couldn't be surrounded by these 4 groups of people. So, it was better to retreat first. Now that his divine essence was at level 9, his speed advantage had basically been restored. In addition, there was the natural maze in the Black Desert. He easily shook off his pursuers and disappeared into the black wind. Only the curses and shouts of killing were left behind. A bunch of idiots. How can I stay and let you kill me? After a distance, Ling Xiao stopped. He didn't plan to escape. Retreating was just a strategy. Next, he would become a hunter. The other party's target was more obvious, and he was alone now. His companions were all in the universe world. In addition, he could rely on the Tai Chi eye and knew how to break the maze. So, he could be more discreet. Chapter 5080. The enemy was out in the open while they were in the dark. It was obvious that they had the upper hand. As long as he wasn't surrounded, he could kill all of them in the Black Desert. Boss, I want to fight too. Those guys are too despicable. Little Gold was dying. No rush. Let's try our luck first and see if we can find the Black Wind King. Maybe the Black Wind King can raise Cold Plum's divine origin level to the 10th grade. With 2 people at the 10th grade of the divine origin level, our combat power will obviously be stronger. As long as Cold Plum absorbs the Black Wind King, she can control the cactus army in the Black Desert. By then, we can kill the enemy even if we don't do it stealthily. Even though Ling Xiao was retreating strategically, there was a purpose behind it. It was because he had tasted the great benefits of raising the divine origin level. I can already sense the Black Wind King's location. Cold Plum suddenly said, "Master, there's an attack on the left." Cold Plum's senses were more sensitive than Ling Xiao's in places with many plants. Hearing Cold Plum's words, Ling Xiao had already used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to dodge. Although using the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique without releasing the Child God's blood formation would consume a lot of energy. However, using it a few times was no problem. Just as he turned into a golden light and dodged, the terrifying attack landed. The target was the place he was standing just now. A large area of the desert was lifted up, forming a huge sand pit. If not for Cold Plum's warning, Ling Xiao would have lost his life from this attack. This attack was extremely swift and violent, and its power was extremely terrifying. Even a martial artist at the 8th level of the divine physique echelon would be in trouble, let alone him. What the hell is that? After Ling Xiao stood still, he looked at the monster in the distance. He couldn't see the monster's body at all. He could only see cactus spikes falling from the sand pit. "Oh no, it's the Black Wind King," Lan Chen exclaimed. "And this guy is much stronger than the rumors say. It's rumored that it's a monster at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. But from the looks of it now, he's at least at the peak of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon." He judged it from the effect of the Black Wind King's attack. As a native of the eternal divine realm, this ability was essential. Any martial artist must have the ability to judge the opponent's cultivation through the opponent's attack and defense. That's right, he's at the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao frowned. He was sure, because that was what the Taiji I had told him. Soon after, he smiled and said, "What I wish for really comes true, although it's a little dangerous." However, as long as he could capture the Black Wind King, Cold Plum's God Yuan would definitely increase by 10 levels. We've already sounded the horn of counterattack. It's impossible for us not to annihilate the enemy. Not again. Ling Xiao, who had locked onto his target, naturally wouldn't be so easily ambushed. In that instant, he felt a surge of power from underground. He retreated and stabbed the Void God's sword into the ground. 9 streaks of sword chi pierced the target along the gravel. The feeling was very real. Roar! Something let out a painful hiss. Ling Xiao knew that his attack was effective. Although his strength was far from the Black Wind King's, the Black Wind King's body was huge. If he targeted his attack, it would naturally be effective. His attack just now should have left a wound on the Black Wind King's body. However, it probably wouldn't have much of an impact. A monster at the peak of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon was stronger than martial artists of the same level. No matter how confident Ling Xiao was, he didn't think that he could seriously injure the opponent with his strength. At most, it would be a light injury. And this was with the power of the Void God's sword in his hand. However, even if it was just a scratch, it was enough for Ling Xiao. He had already released the bloodthirsty plague through the wound. He also released a powerful poison. Although he didn't dare to say that it could kill the opponent, it would definitely have some impact on the enemy. Everyone, let's fight together. Beat this guy until he's weak, then hand him over to Cold Plum. Ling Xiao released Little Gold, Yufanghua, and Long Chun. Cold Plum didn't need to fight for the time being. She needed to focus her energy on the final attack. She used the ancient war tree to absorb the Black Wind King's ability. She found out from Lan Chen that the Black Wind King had 3 abilities. The first was to control the black wind. The second was to absorb water. As long as it was liquid, it could basically absorb it. The third was to control black sand. The combination of these 3 abilities gave the Black Wind King the ability to challenge those of a higher level. It would be very difficult to kill it. However, Yufanghua had Little Black as a helper. If they really couldn't do it, they could ask Little Black for help. However, Ling Xiao felt that with the few of them working together, they should be able to control the Black Wind King. When the battle started, Little Gold, Yufanghua, and Long Chun were in charge of restraining the Black Wind King. At this moment, Long Chen's strength could be seen. Little Gold's divine essence was only at the 3rd level. Yufenghua's divine essence was at the 2nd level. Long Chen's divine essence was at the 10th level. He could fully unleash the strength of a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Together with the Golden Dragon's body, he became the main defender. He blocked the attacks for Little Gold and Yufanghua. Little Gold and Yufanghua attacked continuously to weaken the Black Wind King. Ling Xiao activated the Dragon God's Ice Array Diagram and the Invincible Ape God Array Diagram at the same time. One was used to slow down the Black Wind King's attack speed, while the other was used to strengthen its defense. In a team battle, his array diagram was very helpful. After that, Ling Xiao also joined the battle. This time, he used his undying godly physique. His entire body was wrapped in strange flames. His divine essence was already at the 9th level, and his combat strength was close to perfect. In addition to the undying godly physique and the Sky Tyrant possession ability, the power of the strange flames could be seen. Although the strange flames couldn't leave the body to attack, it could be wrapped around the body, and close the distance to attack wasn't a problem. Although the Black Wind King was extremely powerful, its speed was still inferior to Ling Xiao's. Of course, there was no problem with the strategy. However, there were many unforeseen events in a battle. The Black Wind King's strength had truly been shown to these people. This guy could actually condense many cactus clones made of black sand. With the help of the Black Wind, it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. This caused many of their attacks to be ineffective. Not only that, as long as he was close to the Black Wind King, Ling Xiao could feel the blood in his body being sucked out. As long as there was a wound on his body, he would probably be sucked dry by the Black Wind King. Therefore, he had to be extra careful not to get injured. However, this was easier said than done. The cactus thorns released by the Black Wind King were wrapped in the black wind and sand. It was simply impossible to guard against. Even with the protection of the Invincible Ape God Array Diagram, The difference in strength was too great. A few people were still injured, including Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't seriously injured, there were many small wounds all over his body. The Black Wind King took advantage of this and began to crazily suck Ling Xiao's blood. Chapter 5081. You dare to suck my blood? You really have guts. Ling Xiao sneered, completely unguarded, allowing the Black Wind King to suck his blood. One had to know that the blood in his body had already merged with the dual wills of the Divine Dragon King and the Human King. In addition, he had the burning ability of the Divine Fire. He didn't take the initiative to attack his opponent with his blood because he was afraid of pain. But if his opponent took the initiative to suck his blood, it was purely courting death. Ling Xiao's skin gradually turned white. The Black Wind King suddenly shrieked in pain. Its whole body shook violently, and it was in extreme pain. Cold Plum, it's your turn. Although Ling Xiao lost a lot of blood, this wasn't a problem. He could use the bloodthirsty plague to recover it later. The key was whether Cold Plum could succeed in the end. The moment Cold Plum was released, she released the ancient war tree, and the ancient tree's vines frantically wrapped around the Black Wind King. She started to absorb the Black Wind King's power. Hurry up and heal. With such a big commotion, someone will probably come over. Cold Plum had already restrained the Black Wind King with everyone's help. Now, Long Chen, Yufanghua, and Xiao Jin could all rest. The Black Wind King let out a shrill scream, trying to break free from the ancient war tree's attack. But it was useless. At this moment, Ling Xiao's blood was still causing trouble in its body. It asked for this. If it didn't do this, this battle probably wouldn't have ended so easily. Master, you can take back your blood. I have completely controlled this guy. Next, it's time to fuse. After more than 10 minutes, Cold Plum said, Okay. Ling Xiao took back the goo poison and the bloodthirsty plague. The lost blood instantly fused into his body. His skin color returned to normal. More than 10 minutes passed. The Black Wind King had completely disappeared, completely fusing into the ancient war tree. Hurry up and fuse. Ling Xiao said as he pulled Lung Mei back into the Qianquan world. I didn't expect that the Black Wind King would be so easily killed by you after dominating the Black Desert for so long. Brother Ling, who exactly are you? Lan Chen was also dumbfounded. When Ling Xiao's blood was being sucked out, he was extremely worried. But what happened next was simply beyond his imagination. According to his understanding, only the bloodline of a powerful god's descendant could make the Black Wind King feel so uncomfortable. I'm just a seed chosen by the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Don't overthink it. I just had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a powerful bloodline power. I really don't have any backing. Ling Xiao smiled. No matter what, you've succeeded. That's the hardest part. They're coming. What should we do? Xiao Jin asked. Cold Plum, how much longer do you need? Ling Xiao asked. About 10 minutes should be enough. Cold Plum said. Also, as long as I fuse with the Black Wind King, I can control all the cacti in the Black Desert. When the time comes, the scene will definitely satisfy Master. Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. Ling Xiao smiled. It was time to put an end to this. Facing the 4 forces, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood there and waited. Although he wasn't a match for these people, it wouldn't be a problem to delay them for 10 minutes, as long as Cold Plum finished fusing with the Black Wind King. This Black Desert would be their world. In order to stall for time, he took the opportunity to set up more than 10 formations. They were all set up with formation refining stones. They probably wouldn't be lethal to martial artists above the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. But they could stop them, delay them. Then he just stood there as if waiting for a friend. You're all so slow. I've been waiting for a long time. When the 4 forces gathered, They thought Ling Xiao would take the opportunity to escape. But who would have thought that this guy would just stand there and say such arrogant words? These four forces were actually quite miserable. Blue Sea City was the most depressed. Commander Lu lost an arm, and there were only about 20 people left. There were almost 100 people left from Dual Axe City. It should be the expert beside Xue Hongyi who showed his power. There were more than 60 assassins from the Dark God Palace when they came, but there were only about 30 left now. None of the martial artists from the land of exile died. There were 12 of them when they came, and there were still 12 of them now. Without waiting for them to speak, Ling Xiao looked at Commander Lu and said, "I told you to go back. Looks like you brought people here to die again. Fine, since that's the case, I'll give you a quick death later." Commander Lu's face turned ugly. He really didn't want to chase after Ling Xiao anymore. But if he went back like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to report back. He could only join forces with the other 3 forces. Maybe he could get a share of the loot. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's calm and smiling face, he immediately lost his confidence. Pretentious bastard, go to hell! Unknowingly, 2 assassins actually snuck up behind Ling Xiao. They suddenly dashed out from the desert and stabbed their sharp daggers toward Ling Xiao. The Dark God Palace assassin revealed a cold smile. Although he didn't know where the illusion butterfly went, it was just right. If he killed Ling Xiao, the merit would be his alone. Just as the daggers were about to pierce Ling Xiao's body, suddenly 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The 2 assassins were blasted to the ground. Then 2 sharp poisonous spikes emerged from the ground and directly pierced through the 2 assassins' bodies. The Lesser Myriad Lightning Destroyer Formation and the Earth Spear Poisonous Spike Formation weren't very powerful, but killing 2 defenseless 5th-level Divine Physique Echelon assassins wasn't a problem. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. As expected, Ling Xiao wasn't bluffing. This guy had long set up a trap here and was waiting for them to jump into it. "I told you not to be careless. This kid isn't as easy to deal with as we thought," Commander Lu said with a gloomy face. The Blue Sea City martial artists behind him were also trembling with fear as they stared at their surroundings, afraid that an attack would suddenly come. Previously, they were already scared of Ling Xiao. If it weren't for the fact that they were worried that they wouldn't be able to complete the mission, they wouldn't have taken the risk to chase after Ling Xiao. "It's just a weak formation. Look at how scared you are," Xue Hongyi said with disdain. "If you're scared, you can scram. Anyway, with your current strength, you won't be able to help us much. Why don't the rest of you leave too? Our Dual Axe City will be able to take down this kid." The reason Xue Hongyi was so scared was because he was powerful. Of course, it was because of the 8th-level Divine Physique Echelon expert beside him. He had humiliated the cultivators of Blue Sea City because of the competitive relationship between Twin Axe City and Blue Sea City. Shut your stinky mouth. Do you want to be enemies with the Dark God Palace? Believe it or not, even if that 8th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist protects you, I can still kill you. Xue Hongyi's temper wasn't good either. He stared at Xue Hongyi and sneered. As an assassin, he could always unleash strength that was stronger than his own cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a qualified assassin. Chapter 5082. A bunch of idiots. You still can't see the situation in front of you. Talk to me again after we take down Ling Xiao. The leader of the exiles spoke. This was a young man with disheveled hair. He was only about 20 years old, but his strength was even more terrifying than Shui Yi's. No one dared to underestimate him. His name was Yi Han, a young man who was once born in the divine nation of the human race. It was a pity that his family's fortunes had fallen, and he had been implicated and exiled. However, Yi Han had never given up on the chance to step back into the upper class. Ling Zhao's bounty was his chance. He didn't want to miss it. A mere prisoner from the exiles dares to be so impudent. After we take care of that kid, you'll be done for. Shui sneered. I believe that capturing 12 powerful fugitives is a good thing for Dual Axe City. Humph, you have to be alive to return. Yi Hantian snorted and called for the people behind him to approach Ling Xiao. I already said that kid is ours. Warriors of Dual Axe City, attack! Shui didn't want to wait any longer. With so many competitors, no one knew if Ling Xiao would still be alive in the next moment. Although the two assassins from the Dark God Palace had been killed by Ling Xiao, they were only at the 5th level of the Divine Body realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao must have expended a lot of energy to kill them. Shui believed in his judgment. Ling Xiao watched as the martial artists of Dual Axe City rushed over. He checked the time with his time treasure. Only 3 minutes had passed. It seemed that he had to hold on a little longer. Although he didn't need Cold Plum's ability to deal with this trash, Cold Plum's ability was necessary to deal with those experts. Then he would deal with the trash first. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao activated all the formations that he had set up in advance. At the same time, he activated the Sun God's Blood formation and the Snake God's Poison formation. The Bloodthirsty Plague was an area of effect attack. In addition to the power of the formations, it was enough to make many martial artists lose their ability to fight. At this moment, Ling Xiao released Xiao Jin, Yufang Hua, and Long Chun from the Qinquan world. In the end, they would have to do it themselves. The power of the formation was not enough. At this moment, the 4 forces gathered together and surrounded Ling Xiao. And this was what Ling Xiao wanted the most. He set up a formation around himself. The moment it was activated, lightning was equally famous. Flames swallowed and spat. The wind roared. The black gravel turned into life-devouring vipers. The scene was in chaos. Screams of agony intertwined together. Although the power of these formations was not enough to kill all the cultivators, it was still not enough to kill them all. But it could affect everyone. Within the Snake God's Poison Domain's array diagram, the myriad snakes activated. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes pounced on their respective targets, biting those martial artists until they fled in panic. How could he still have the mind to attack Ling Xiao? Furthermore, Ling Xiao had already disappeared. He had entered the crowd with the holy ground demonic shadow and began to harvest lives in a frenzy. Mercy was the most useless thing at this moment. Take advantage of the other party's weakness. Ling Xiao wanted to kill all the cultivators who dared to chase after him. Xiao Jin transformed into a giant golden crow and pounced into the crowd with monstrous flames and lightning. Long Chun transformed into a giant golden dragon. With his combat power, all the cultivators below the 7th level of the Divine Body realm could not withstand his attack. All of them were killed. Yufang Hua was like rays of moonlight shining on the crowd. The cultivators who were hit by the moonlight would feel their entire bodies turn cold and their movements slow down. Some cultivators even froze to death on the spot. Even if they did not die, they would be poisoned to death and tortured to death by the Bloodthirsty Plague. Damn it, this guy actually set up so many formations. Run, this is a trap. Help. The sudden turn of events caused all the pursuers to fall into a state of panic. Even the 8th level Divine Body Realm cultivator from Dual Axe City could only protect himself and Shui Hongyi with all his might. He could not help the others either. The attack came so suddenly that they did not know where the enemy was. Even if they wanted to attack, they did not know who to attack. This wave of attack caused the pursuers to suffer heavy losses. It could be said that this kind of loss was something they had never imagined and did not dare to imagine. Most of the cultivators were killed. Even the cultivators who did not die were poisoned and lost their combat power. If they did not receive treatment in time, they would not be able to escape death. After about a minute of fighting, the experts among the pursuers gradually turned the tables. They broke the formations that were not very strong to begin with. Yihan's performance was the most outstanding. Yihan seemed to know formations too. When they were ambushed this time, none of the 12 people from the land of exile died. The other 3 forces suffered heavy losses. Only Commander Liu was left in Blue Sea City. Only Shui Hongyi and the 8th level Divine Body Realm Cultivator were left in Dual Axe City. The Dark God Palace had 3 assassins left, all of whom were 7th level Divine Body Realm Cultivators. "Are you still so arrogant now?" Yihan said coldly. "Let's work together. This Ling Xiao is much more troublesome than we thought. If we fight separately, we will all die here." If it was before, no one would care about the words of an exiled criminal. But it was different now. The land of exile suffered the least losses, and the combined strength of the 12 people was stronger than any of their forces. They had to listen. Moreover, the current situation did not allow them to fight among themselves. If they had worked together to attack Ling Xiao from the beginning, the situation might not have been like this. "Let's work together." Shui Hongyi gritted his teeth. It was humiliating to listen to an exiled criminal, but he did not care now. A god holding 2 axes appeared behind him. It was the Dual Axe City's god, Martial Soul, the Axe God. It seemed to be a low-level god, but it was much stronger than those unrated god Martial Souls. Shui Hongyi was a genius to be able to unleash the power of a mid-level god Martial Soul with this low-level god Martial Soul. Since Shui Hongyi had spoken, the expert beside him naturally would not refuse. That person released his Martial Soul at the same time. It was also the Axe God Martial Soul, but upon closer inspection, there was an obvious difference. This person's cultivation was higher than Shui Hongyi's, but his Axe God Martial Soul was clearly inferior. There was a saying that a god Martial Soul would gradually become stronger as the martial artist grew stronger. It could even be upgraded by continuously defeating high-level god Martial Souls. Of course, this was only a saying among the people. No one had actually verified it, but there was an indisputable fact that some martial artists could make their Martial Souls incomparably powerful even if they were both low-level god Martial Souls. Dual Axe City was ready to attack. Commander Liu, naturally, would not run away. His brothers had already been killed. Even if he returned alive, he would die. With a roar, he released his sea serpent god Martial Soul. His severed right arm reappeared in the form of an ice sculpture. Although it was not as good as his original arm, it could be used temporarily. The 4 assassins of the Dark God Palace also released their Martial Souls. Chapter 5083. Silvertooth was furious. Someone had killed so many of his subordinates in front of him. This made him furious. He had to get results today. Otherwise, he would be punished when he returned to the Dark God Palace. Those who could fight gathered together, trying to deal with the cunning Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao had already put Yu Fanghua, Long Chun, and Little Gold into the universe world. With the cover of the formation, the enemy did not notice their presence. Therefore, they would still be needed for a sneak attack later. Behind them, those who were lucky enough to survive were taking the time to heal their wounds. "Hey, it's been 10 minutes. Facing the encirclement of experts, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. 10 minutes. Everyone felt a little baffled. What 10 minutes? However, they knew in the next moment. A large number of cacti had emerged from the ground of the Black Desert. They had fought with them before, so the pursuers knew how terrifying these monsters were. They did not understand what had happened. In the end, Those martial artists who were healing their wounds were all killed. Apart from Silvertooth, the remaining 4 assassins from the Dark God Palace were also killed by Cold Plum's ancient war tree. Cold Plum had indeed reached the 10th level of the divine essence realm. She could already unleash the combat power of a peak 7th level divine body realm cultivator. Apart from Yihan, Silvertooth, Blood Red Robe, Commander Lu, and that 8th level divine body realm martial artist, the rest could not stop him. Therefore, not only was the Dark God Palace unlucky, but 5 of the Land of Exile's experts who had not been injured died in an instant. Even Yihan did not expect this to happen. Who would have thought that the Black Wind King of the Black Desert would help Ling Xiao? This was really too strange. Commander Lu, it's time for you to die. Cold Plum restrained the enemy while Ling Xiao unleashed his full combat power. He pounced on Commander Lu. He wanted to start with the weakest. He wanted to kill Commander Lu, who had lost an arm first. Uncle Jean, protect him. We can't lose any more experts now. Originally, the blood-red coat would not care about Commander Lu's death. However, the current situation was that if he didn't help Commander Lu would definitely die. At that time, they would lose a powerhouse, and the situation would become even more troublesome. Your opponent is me. Long Chen suddenly appeared and blocked that powerhouse surnamed Zhang. The golden dragon's imposing body stood there, not giving Zhang any chance. Long Chen might not be a match for this person, but he could definitely stop this person. In that split second, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of Commander Lu. Commander Lu glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Do you really think I'm a pushover? This time, you won't be able to return." He felt that he had been completely underestimated. Although he had lost his right arm, he had now made an artificial arm out of ice. He was fully capable of fighting. The saber in his hand condensed a powerful ice energy. He suddenly slashed at Ling Xiao, who was rushing over. "I'm sorry, you're already dead." The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a hint of a smile. When his divine essence level rose to level 9, the void-shattering power and cosmic power had already recovered, although the cosmic power could only stop time for a second now. The effect was much worse than when it was in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, it was more than enough to deal with a martial artist of the same level. Cosmic power, time stop. In that instant, Commander Lu's entire person fell into a state of stillness, including his thoughts completely stopped, and Ling Xiao's reverse god sword had already pierced his body. The reverse god art's 9-word style completely erupted. 9 sword lights darted into Commander Lu's body. It produced an explosive power. Although at this time, Commander Lu had returned to normal. However, what he could do was very limited. At most, I'll die together with you. He knew that he couldn't live anymore, so he might as well give up on life. The saber still slashed at Ling Xiao. In his opinion, even if he died, Ling Xiao would have to pay a heavy price. He might even be killed by him. It didn't matter even if he made a wedding dress for others. He didn't care. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care about anything else. But in the next moment, the smile on his face abruptly stopped, because Ling Xiao's left hand grabbed his saber. His attack was easily neutralized. Don't forget, the hand of eternal life that Ling Xiao wore on his left hand was also an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. It was the same quality as the saber in Commander Lu's hand, and Commander Lu couldn't unleash his peak strength at all. Under this situation, Ling Xiao's advantage was even more obvious. I've said it before, you can die in peace. Don't make any more pointless struggles. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the reverse god sword erupted. In a moment, the energy in Commander Lu's body was completely absorbed. Commander Lu died tragically on the spot. TSK, it hasn't leveled up yet. Ling Xiao could feel that the quality of his divine essence had increased, but it still hadn't reached the level of leveling up. He found that it was much more difficult for his divine essence to level up than Long Chun and Cold Plum. This was probably because the quality of his divine essence was higher. It was really tough. But if Commander Lu couldn't do it, there were other experts. Let's get rid of those trash in the land of exile first. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed. He scuttled over. The remaining 5 people in the land of exile, including Yi Han, were all pinned down by Cold Plum. And the dark god palaces, Inya was surrounded by a bunch of cacti. The blood-red shirt was under the joint attack of Yu Fanghua and Little Gold, although Yu Fanghua and Little Gold were currently at a disadvantage. But they wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. After all, with Ling Zhao's sun god's blood formation, the bloodthirsty plague had already weakened all the experts by a lot. Stop! Yi Han saw Ling Zhao's actions and shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't care about his shouts. When the reverse god sword was used, it almost killed one person with each slash. Although a 7th-level Divine Body Realm martial artist was extremely powerful, it was a pity that after Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant possession, his combat power was comparable to a peak 7th-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. Now, the land of exile's martial artists were pinned down by Cold Plum. It was even easier for him to sneak up on them. 4 slashes, and 4 people were killed. Finally, at that moment, the level of his divine essence increased. It reached the level of level 10. Ling Xiao felt an abundant energy being released from his body. What was even more strange was that he felt that the surrounding environment had become more intimate, and it was no longer that uncomfortable atmosphere. Damn it, just you wait. Yi Han was too decisive. Seeing that all his companions were killed in battle, he actually chose to escape. Even Ling Xiao couldn't stop him. The release of the martial soul barrier also required certain conditions to be met. It couldn't be released just like that. This Yi Han might become a strong opponent in the future. Ling Xiao felt that he had a good eye for people. People like Yi Han could save their lives if they ran away the moment they realized something was wrong. He didn't think that Commander Lu would insist on fighting to the death, even though he clearly couldn't. In the end, it caused him to lose his life. Cold Plum, you deal with Inya. Fanghua, Little Gold, the 2 of you help Long Chin deal with that Zhang guy. Leave Shui Hongyi to me. I want revenge. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 5084. In the blink of an eye, Commander Lu was killed, and there were only 2 people left in Dual Axe City. Horan, 1, W, 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 R, A, N, E, N, C, O, M. There was only 1 person left in the Dark God Palace and the land of exile. Yi Han, who was in the land of exile, saw that the situation was not good and fled. Ling Xiao did not need to play any tricks anymore. What he needed to do now was to defeat Shui Yi with his own strength. Now that his divine essence had reached level 10, he had the ability to kill Shui Yi, although it might not be that easy. With the Sky Tyrant martial soul, there was a 50% chance. Compared to his excitement, the enemy side was extremely shocked and shocked. How could a perfectly good situation turn into this? The original hunter had become the prey. Damn it. But no matter what they thought, the situation was already like this. They had to face their opponents according to Ling Zhao's arrangement, because they could not get away at all. Young master, hold on. I'll kill these bastards now. The old man surnamed Zhang blew his beard and glared, his face full of anger. A few bastards actually wanted to stop him. They were underestimating him too much. Uncle Zhang, don't worry about me. This kid is not my match. Blood Red Robe looked at Ling Xiao without any fear, because Ling Xiao was not his match. This could be seen from the previous battle. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could improve so much in such a short time. You're quite confident. Almost all the people you brought are dead, and you still have the leisure to do so. Ling Xiao looked at Xue Yi and smiled faintly. Let me tell you something. It's best not to look at a person with a static gaze, especially a genius. Hee, you can be considered a genius, but you're just trash who is good at scheming. Xue Yi sneered. Fine, you can think that way. But later, you might have to kneel down and beg for mercy. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he suddenly attacked. Just like that day, he used the god-defying Art 9-word style right off the bat. The 9 brutal sword qis transformed into the shadow of 9 Tao Tais and pounced on the blood-red robe. At first, Blood Red Shirt did not think much of it. He simply swung his axe to block the attack. But when the sword qi approached, Blood Red Robe's expression changed drastically. The 9 streaks of sword qi were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. In a hurry, he blocked the 2 broad axes in front of him, urging divine essence to defend with all his might. Unfortunately, it was still too hasty. The 9 streaks of sword qi collided with the broad axe and sent him flying. 2 of the sword qis even left 2 deep wounds on his body. Blood Red Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in horror. He looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Why? Did you hold back last time? The man in red could not believe it. Last time, he did not release his god martial spirit, but he was able to beat Ling Xiao to the point that he could not even fight back. But this time around, he had already released his god martial spirit. Although it was a little rushed, he was still the one who was blocking it. He had actually been injured. If he had not blocked it just now, he definitely had reason to believe that he would have been seriously injured. Do you want to know? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. Ling Xiao laughed. Bastard, go to hell. Blood Red Robe was furious. Ever since he became famous, at least in Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City, he had never been looked down upon like this by a warrior younger than him. In a rage, he swung his dual axes and slashed at Ling Xiao. A tyrannical power spread out. A huge gully appeared on the ground, and the gravel was completely blown away. A gust of wind raged. Ling Xiao sneered, holding the Void God's sword in his hand and stabbing it into the ground. A streak of sword qi moved along the ground and collided with the opponent's attack. It exploded. The black sand was blown all over the sky. It was as if it was raining sand. Do you think you still have the ability to kill me now? I already know your strength very well. And you still don't know how much of my ability I am, right? Ling Xiao looked at Blood Red Robe and smiled faintly. Finally, he didn't have to be so cowardly like last time. Humph, Axe God possession. Blood Red Robe was definitely not willing to admit defeat, especially when facing Ling Xiao, who had been defeated by him before. He believed that if Ling Xiao's companions hadn't caused trouble last time, he would definitely have been able to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he couldn't lose this time. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Blood Red Robe roared. The Axe God martial spirit behind him merged into his body. Blood Red Robe's body suddenly became incomparably tall. He was more than 10 meters tall. The huge body brought a huge amount of power, and his speed didn't decrease at all. The Axe God possession was indeed terrifying. Now, do you still think you have a chance of winning? Blood Red Robe sneered. You think you can grow bigger? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously, activated his divine essence, and his body grew to about 10 meters. At this time, he chose the Ox God body. The majestic body and huge strength were not inferior to the opponent at all, or even stronger. After all, in terms of the nature of the god martial spirit, he was much stronger. Ridiculous. Not everyone will become stronger when they grow bigger. Blood Red Robe sneered, stomped his foot, and pounced toward Ling Xiao. His body grew bigger, and his speed was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Who is the ridiculous one? Boom. In the next moment, the two collided again. The collision of the giant axe and the giant sword brought about an even more terrifying storm. Large amounts of gravel flew wildly. Ling Xiao's cultivation that had stagnated for a long time finally slowly increased again. This time, the increase in energy in the cultivation would not be converted into an increase in the level of divine essence. This way, his cultivation could continue to increase. However, Blood Red Robe was not as much of a threat to him as he had imagined, so the increase in energy in the cultivation was very slow. It seemed that he would have to fight more experts in the future. He could raise his divine essence level from level 1 to level 10 in an extremely short period of time. Then, he believed that his cultivation could increase quickly. It had always been like this. Power of cosmic light. Time stopped. The moment the two collided, Ling Xiao activated the power of cosmic light. At this moment, his opponent had already attacked. It was the moment when the old power had just been used and the new power was coming. But he was different. He blocked his opponent's axes with both hands. But he could still use soul secret techniques. Black Lotus Treasure Light. The moment time stopped, Ling Xiao released the Black Lotus Treasure Light that he had already condensed. The attack was so close that even though Blood Red Robe had recovered his ability to move, he could not dodge it. The Black Lotus Treasure Light crashed into his opponent's head. The Blood Red Robe let out a blood-curdling scream. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Ling Xiao actually knew how to use soul attacks. It was this moment of daze that led to his defeat. Black Lotus Treasure Light was a true level 10 saint level soul secret technique. Even in the eternal divine realm, it was an extremely precious secret technique. Blood Red Robe could not withstand it at all. His soul was severely injured. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to stab the Void God's sword into his opponent's body. He frantically absorbed energy. After sucking Blood Red dry, his cultivation energy increased to 10%. Chapter 50-85. After his divine essence level reached level 10, Ling Xiao's combat power soared. Even an ordinary genius like Blood Red Shirt couldn't be careless in front of him. However, Blood Red Shirt was careless. He was careless in the beginning, but because of that, he lost his life. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who wouldn't let go of an opportunity once he seized it. Until Blood Red Shirt died, he couldn't find a chance to fight back. Ling Xiao killed him completely. At the same time, the Dark God Palace assassin, Inya, was also in danger. Facing Cold Plum, who had the same cultivation level, Inya's disadvantage was that he had to deal with countless cactus plants. He couldn't even take care of himself. Therefore, Long Mei's victory could be said to be logical. As long as nothing unexpected happened, the outcome was already decided. The more troublesome one was the Divine Body 8th level Zhang expert. Although he was only at the early stage of the Divine Body 8th level, Long Chun, Yufeng Hua, and Little Gold were at a disadvantage even when they worked together. Ling Xiao wanted to help. However, he noticed an unexpected change. Yu Fenghua's divine essence level kept increasing in this battle, and her Moon Lady power awakened very quickly. This surprised him. Currently, it had already awakened to divine essence level 5. Her combat power also increased by a lot. Maybe this is a training for them, so I won't interfere. Ling Xiao gave up on attacking and looked around. It was still dark here, so it was impossible for outsiders to come here for the time being. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem even if the battle lasted longer. The Qianquan beast had already kept all the spoils of war. Although these guys had stored most of the good stuff in the city when they came. There weren't many in the storage ring, but there were close to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones in total. There were also more than 10 monarch weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. There were also some good pills called black jade rejuvenation pills. It could increase the recovery speed of the limbs, but the effect was very poor. If the muscles and bones were injured, the treatment period could be shortened by more than half. This meant that a month of treatment period might end in 10 days. However, to Ling Xiao, this was still trash. What a waste of good materials. Ling Xiao planned to refine these black jade rejuvenation pills from 100 to 10. However, it was possible to regrow a severed limb within a day. If the injury wasn't too serious and was only a minor injury to the tendons and bones, it could be healed in an hour or even less. Compared to the healing pill, the black jade rejuvenation pill was clearly more targeted. It concentrated the medicinal effects on the 4 limbs. After cleaning up the battlefield, they destroyed the corpses so that no one would know how these people died. That way, he could keep his secret. More than 10 minutes had passed. It could be said that Enya was in imminent danger. Cold Plum's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. His ability to control the Black Wind King became even more skillful. Even if Silver Fang wanted to escape, it was impossible. He was spinning in circles in the black wind, unable to determine the direction at all. Seeing Ling Xiao staring at him, Enya's heart turned cold. He thought that no matter how weak the blood-red coat was, it would be able to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't expect the blood-red coat to die in just a few seconds. The most infuriating thing was that the 8th-level Divine Body Realm expert was also being held back by a few useless people. After such a long time, he still couldn't end the battle. It was impossible for him to come over and help him. That was why he thought of running away. However, Cold Plum's ability was too shameless in the Black Desert. No matter how he ran, he would never be able to escape from the fierce black wind. "Where are you looking?" Cold Plum's cold voice rang out. Like a ghost, it pierced through Enya's abdomen. Blood instantly dyed Enya's clothes red. Enya let out a hysterical cry of pain. His consciousness became a little blurry. Cold Plum's dagger was also coated with plant poison. Plants wouldn't be affected, but humans would be in trouble if they were contaminated. As Enya was seriously injured, the battle was nearing its end. Cold Plum's advantage became even greater. Countless cactus poisonous thorns shot toward Enya. Enya's entire body was pierced like a hedgehog. An assassin's defense wasn't very good to begin with. This time, Cold Plum completely restrained him. You felt like he was on the verge of death. Finally, he roared angrily, "Ling Xiao, you won't have a good death. If you dare to kill me, the Dark God Hall will chase you to the ends of the earth." You probably don't know the power of the Dark God Hall in the Eternal Divine Realm. Not only does the human divine nation have it, but the Beast Dynasty, Soul Nation, Elemental Divine Realm, and Sea Divine Realm also have it. No matter where you run to, you'll die. I'm just going to leave first and wait for you. You let out another cry of pain. He paid the price for his threat. Originally, Long Mei could have killed him faster and let him suffer less pain. However, he actually dared to threaten Ling Xiao. Cold Plum couldn't tolerate this. "I advise you to save your energy. This kind of nonsense will only add to your pain. You came to kill me, and I killed you. That's enough. There's no need for too much drama between us. Also, you probably don't know that many martial artists died when the giant dragon city appeared just now. No one knew who had died. So, You're just unlucky enough to be buried in that disaster. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with us. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Damn it, must you be so ruthless? Let me go. I won't tell anyone about this. I'm an assassin. My mouth is tight. I beg you, please let me go. Since his threat failed, Enya turned to begging for mercy. Unfortunately, facing Ling Xiao, who had a heart of stone in front of his enemies, his begging was meaningless. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to waste his breath. Cold Plum, forget it. Don't torture him. Just kill him. Ling Xiao said faintly. Understood, Master. Cold Plum nodded. This is Master's mercy to you. Thousands of vines drilled out of the ground and pierced Enya's body. They ended Enya's life. As soon as Enya died, the man surnamed Zhang panicked. Facing Long Chun, Yufanghua, and Xiao Jin, he was already at his limit. If there were two more, he would definitely die today. Run. He didn't want to fight anymore, and thought of running away. If Yihan could escape, he believed that he could too. While running, he roared at Ling Xiao, "You're dead. You killed the young master. Do you know that the young master is not only the young master of Dual Axe City, but also a core martial artist of the Golden Martial Kingdom? You dare to kill a disciple of the Golden Territory. You'll have no place in the Golden Martial Kingdom in the future. Idiot, do you think you can escape?" Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. Only now did the expert surnamed Zhang realize that the surroundings had been blocked by dense vines. Black wind swirled around him. He ran for a long time, but couldn't escape at all. Instead, he was running in circles. When he saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed, but he still roared, "You can't afford to offend the Golden Territory. You can't even afford to offend Dual Axe City. Our city lord is also a divine soul realm expert. Someone like you can easily kill him." Chapter 5086. So, what if you're a disciple of the Golden Region? I've even offended the big shots of the 12 sacred cities. I don't need one more. Moreover, they might not know that I killed you. So, you can die in peace. Be a loyal dog. That way, your young master will be happy too. As Ling Xiao spoke, Long Chun had already launched a powerful attack. Zhang had already lost his fighting spirit. His attention was attracted by Ling Xiao, so he didn't notice Long Chun's attack at all. By the time he reacted, a huge hole had already been torn in his chest by the dragon's claw. "Little Gold, his life essence is yours. This guy's axe god martial soul seems to be hot-blooded. It's suitable for you." Ling Xiao called out to Little Gold. Little Gold nodded and sucked Zhang's life essence dry. Then she entered the universe world to refine her energy. Zhang was an 8th level divine, physique, echelon martial artist, after all. Although it wasn't as good as the Black Wind Dragon or the Black Wind King, it should be enough to raise Little Gold's divine essence level. Yufanghua also raised her divine essence level to level 6 in this battle. Her strength had greatly increased. She should be able to adapt to the eternal divine territory's environment in the near future. Retreat. After killing that fellow with the surname Zhang and destroying his corpse, Ling Xiao got everyone to enter the universe world and head in the designated direction. Yihan had escaped. This was an unknown problem. Yihan was a wanted person and wouldn't dare to show his true face under normal circumstances. But it was better to be careful. Ling Xiao chose to change his appearance. Of course, it was to avoid trouble. They couldn't keep fighting, right? That would be too much of a burden on them. It was better to rest for a period of time. Their destination was a trading city in the Golden Martial Nation. Because it was close to the Black Desert, it was called Black Sand City. Black Sand City wasn't controlled by a single faction. It was a place where various factions traded. Martial artists from Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City often went there to trade. They had their own place to do business there. It should be safer to go there. The idea of going to Black Sand City was Lan Chen's idea. Speaking of which, he really had to thank Lan Chen. Otherwise, they might not even be able to enter the Black Desert and would be besieged. Brother Ling, you still have to be careful. Even though the last words spoken by Enya and the one surnamed Zhang were threats. But it was indeed true. The Dark God Hall was the largest assassin organization in the Eternal Divine Realm. Even the royal family of the Golden Martial Nation did not dare to provoke the branch of the Golden Martial Nation. Xue Hongyi was also a disciple of the Golden Region. Although the Golden Region might not necessarily send an expert for him, Dual Axe City alone was not to be trifled with. Xue Hong's father is a divine soul realm expert. Lan Chen's voice came from the Qianquan realm. He still had to remind Ling Xiao about this. I understand Brother Lan's good intentions, but a mere Dual Axe City isn't enough to scare me. As for the Dark God Palace, they were old rivals. Don't forget, I was targeted by the big shots of the Holy City as soon as I entered the Eternal Divine Realm. This little bit of trouble was nothing. If you can't even deal with this, how can you compete with stronger opponents in the future? Ling Xiao smiled and said casually, of course, he was also under a lot of pressure. So, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. It was very unwise to provoke a powerful opponent when one's strength was weak. But now that things had come to this, he had to find a way to improve his strength. The enemy's pursuit would become his motivation to improve. Brother Ling, you're really something. I admire you. Lan Chen sighed. Brother Lan, have you thought about what to do next? Follow us. Or do you want me to send you somewhere else? After all, we'll probably be facing endless pursuit. Following us is not a good choice. Ling Xiao asked. I've already thought about it. When we reach Black Sand City, you can put me down. I still want to go back to Blue Sea City. Miss has treated me well. Although I've betrayed Blue Sea City, I can't betray her. Lan Chen said, I can understand your feelings, but in the current situation, you'll definitely be punished as a traitor. Ling Xiao frowned. It doesn't matter. I'm helping you to repay you for saving my life. Returning to Blue Sea City is to repay Mrs. Kindness. Even if I die, I'll accept my fate. Lan Chen smiled. Ling Xiao sighed. This Haichun was really straightforward. It seemed that persuasion was useless. He had to think of a way to let Lan Chen return to Blue Sea City safely, not as a traitor. Anyway, the people who chased him were all dead. No one saw Lan Chen's betrayal. He could still think of a way to deal with it. Brother Lan, listen to me. When we reach Black Sand City, I'll let you return to Blue Sea City as safely as possible. And not as a traitor, but as a hero. Ling Xiao already had an idea. Next, they had to hurry. When they passed by the ruins, they could only see a mess. The original lively scene was long gone. He didn't know who took the 2 dragon crystals. But Ling Xiao guessed that it might be Huang Taifeng or Yin Li, or maybe each of them took one. For the rest of the journey, their speed was obviously faster. Firstly, it was because their strength had increased. Secondly, because of the Black Wind King, they didn't suffer any more attacks. The next morning, they had already stepped out of the Black Desert. They saw the outline of a towering city in the distance. Black Sand City was larger than Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City. It was about 4 or 5 times larger than those 2 cities. As expected of a trading city, the liveliness was much stronger than those 2 cities. From afar, they could see ant-like crowds coming and going at the city gate. At this time, Xiao Jin had already completed his cultivation. His divine essence level had reached level 8. His combat strength was much stronger than before. Boss, after entering the city, please help me find some fire or light attribute crystals, pills, and the like. I want to raise my divine essence level to level 10 as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to display my normal strength. Xiao Jin said, "Don't worry, of course." Ling Xiao nodded and walked in the direction of Black Sand City. With Lan Chen's guidance, a lot of trouble could be saved. At this time, Ling Xiao had changed his appearance, so he was not afraid of being recognized. When he stepped into the city, his first feeling was that it was much more lively here. He, a foreign guest, did not cause the slightest ripple. Perhaps it was because there were many people coming and going in Black Sand City. Most of the people in this city were tourists and foreigners. There were very few locals. Therefore, it was normal for foreigners to be here. It was not surprising. After finding a hidden place, Ling Xiao released Lan Chen. Then he gave Lan Chen 2 pills. One was the profound yellow Longhao pill, and the other was the black jade rejuvenation pill. Both were perfect. After Lan Chen received it, his eyes widened. It was his first time seeing such perfect pills. Chapter 5087. Go back and tell your young mistress that you didn't find me. Instead, you came to Black Sand City and met a powerful alchemist. The elixir in your hand will prove your words. If they want to find me, just bring them here. Just tell them that my name is Yuan Venerate. He might have to impersonate his master's name again. I can't thank you enough. If I'm still alive, I'll do anything for Brother Ling. Lan Chen was very grateful. In this world, there aren't many people who value relationships. Since we've met, it's fate. Don't stand on ceremony. Leave quickly before anyone sees you. Ling Xiao said. Lan Chen nodded and said, Brother Ling, listen to me. Don't stay in the Golden Martial Nation for now. The big shot in the Sacred City only has a bounty on the Golden Martial Nation, because you came from the 4 regions and 9 realms. So if you go to other martial nations, you might be able to confuse him. He probably won't be able to find you for a while. Also, although Black Sand City is a trading city, it's not safe. Leave the city and head east. After crossing a large river and a forest, you'll reach the Rakshasa Martial Nation. The Rakshasa Martial Nation has a special relationship with the 12 sacred cities. Normally, the bounty from the sacred city won't work there. It should be safe there for now. That's all I have to say. I can't help much. This map is from the Golden Martial Nation to the Rakshasa Martial Nation. Keep it well. Take care. After saying that, Lan Chen turned and left. Ling Xiao watched as Lan Chen left. Then, he walked towards the largest market. He decided to collect some materials to help Little Gold refine fire elemental or light elemental elixirs. Now, Little Gold needed such elixirs to increase the level of his divine energy. It was very important. Little Gold becoming stronger was a huge improvement for their team. Because it was a trading city, there was no power ruling it. Although it belonged to the Golden Martial Nation, the structure was loose. Fights and even killings could be seen almost every day in Black Sand City. Walking on the streets, one could even smell the thick smell of blood. The eternal divine realm was simpler and more barbaric than he had imagined. Many of the martial artists here had even torn off their disguises. Bloody killings and battles became the most direct and common way to resolve conflicts. No wonder an existence like the Massacre Emperor was born here. Perhaps it was directly related to the environment. There was no auction house in Black Sand City, only a chaotic trade market. All the precious materials were placed on the table. If anyone wanted it, they could just fork out the money. If one didn't have some strength, they wouldn't dare to set up a stall here. People like that would sell their goods directly to a trustworthy chamber of commerce. In short, he would know what was on the market after taking a look. Ling Xiao walked very quickly because he had to hurry up and buy the things he wanted and then leave. Just as Lan Chen had said, Black Sand City was not a place to stay for long. No one knew what would happen next. During this process, he saw several warriors killed on the spot because they wanted to snatch things from the stalls. Generally speaking, the person who set up the stall would not be alone in Black Sand City. His strength was not weak either. Of course, if they really encountered a powerful bandit, they could only admit that they were unlucky. It couldn't be helped. The rules here were just that chaotic. Ling Xiao didn't care about the killings. Every place had its own rules, and he couldn't change them now. If there came a day when he could rise above everyone in the eternal divine realm, then he could set the rules and change this bloody situation. Ling Xiao wanted to refine the Golden Crow Fire Elemental Pill for little gold. He had already bought the supplementary materials from the market, and it cost him more than 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. However, it was worth it. The problem was that he hadn't found the most important Golden Crow sobbing blood herb. Boss, why don't we retreat first? We can't put everyone in danger for me. Little Gold said, Don't worry. I've changed my appearance now. Even if they catch up, they won't recognize me. Ling Xiao comforted Little Gold and continued his search. Finally, after an hour, he found the Golden Crow sobbing blood herb he needed. How much is this herb? Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged stall owner with a face full of pockmarks and asked. Although he was a stall owner, his cultivation was at the peak of the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. The pockmarked man raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. His originally small eyes couldn't be seen anymore as he smiled. This is a supreme-grade herb. I'm the only one in the market who has it. How about this? Either you give me 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, or you give me an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. Boss, do you think that I don't know what's good for me, so you're deliberately trying to trick me? The Golden Crow sobbing blood herb is of little value to most people. The reason why there are so few of them on the market is because everyone thinks that this thing can't be sold. 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones is already a sky-high price. You actually dare to ask for 10,000? Your appetite is quite big. Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he said indifferently, What? I want this price, and you have no choice but to buy it. The pockmarked man sneered. Suddenly, more than a dozen people surrounded him. They were all martial artists at the 3rd or 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Each expression was more ferocious than the other, as if they wanted to eat someone. Ling Xiao sneered. This Black Sand City was really an unruly city. He asked for a price, and he had no choice but to buy it. Although he continued to sell the Golden Crow sobbing blood herb, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage like this. If he was forced into a corner, he would just take the thing and leave, and the other party wouldn't be able to get a single cent. He looked at the pockmarked man and said indifferently, Before I change my mind, you'd better accept these 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and give it to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to get anything today, and you'll still be crippled here. Ling Xiao's eyes already had killing intent. Looking at Ling Xiao's eyes, the pockmarked man suddenly trembled. Although this Black Sand City wouldn't have 2 powerful young people under normal circumstances. But it wasn't impossible. Could it be that this young man was actually the young master of some major force? This wasn't good. He wanted to compromise, but he couldn't get over his face. If the other party was just bluffing, wouldn't that be a joke? Just as he was hesitating, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. No one could react in time. One of his hands was already placed on the pockmarked man's shoulder. A terrifying force entered the pockmarked man's body. The pockmarked man had a feeling that as long as he resisted slightly, his heart would shatter. His companions didn't react for a moment, just as they were about to rush over and make a move. They were stopped by the pockmarked man. "Young master, it's just a transaction. There's no need to do this. I'll give you the thing. 1,000 supreme grade spirit stones. Just 1,000. The pockmarked man hurriedly said, "Hee, wouldn't it have been fine if you had done this earlier? I didn't let you suffer a loss." Ling Xiao took the wrapped herbs from the other party's hand and put them into the Qianquan world. Then he smiled and turned to leave. The surrounding people who were watching the show felt a little bored. They originally thought that it would be a fierce battle, but in the end, nothing happened. Chapter 5088. Big brother, what's going on? Is that kid very strong? After Ling Xiao left, a fierce man asked the pockmark-faced man. The pockmark-faced man didn't answer, but he was already exhausted. When everyone saw this scene, they knew without asking. They all felt a lingering fear. If they really fought just now, none of them would have survived. After getting what he wanted, Ling Xiao didn't plan to stay. He planned to listen to Lan Chen. He headed to the Rakshasa martial kingdom. Although the golden martial kingdom seemed to be more suitable for him, he didn't have the bloodline of the golden god. It was the same to go to the Rakshasa martial kingdom. After glancing at the map left by Lan Chen, Ling Xiao basically memorized it. Then he left the city. Yu Fanghua and the others naturally had no objections to Ling Xiao's decision. It wasn't just because they trusted Ling Xiao. It was also because Ling Xiao's judgment had never been wrong. This time it was no exception. After leaving Black Sand City, nothing happened, but the strings in Ling Xiao's heart were stretched taut. As long as he didn't leave the Golden Martial Kingdom, anything could happen. Dual Axe City or Blue Sea City probably wouldn't let this matter go. The Dark God Palace might also make other moves. In short, he had to avoid the enemy's eyes as soon as possible and completely disappear from the enemy's tracking. Only then could he have a moment of peace. The dense forest ahead might be dangerous, but it was indeed the key to getting rid of the enemy's eyes. They were already very far away from the Black Sand City. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Come out." "Ha, I've been discovered. It seems that my concealment skills aren't good enough." A person appeared at the entrance of the dense forest in the distance. It was a person that Ling Xiao was familiar with. He was Yi Han. Ling Xiao was very surprised. Yi Han had chosen to escape before, but now he dared to appear here alone. He was really bold. Ordinary people might think so, but Ling Xiao thought differently. He looked around vigilantly, and a hint of understanding appeared in his heart. It turned out that someone had already set up a pocket array here for them. They were just waiting for them to enter. He laughed coldly, but did not make a move immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Han and said, "I have to say that I rarely think highly of a person. But you're different. You're despicable enough, shameless enough, and talented enough. But I don't understand. I've obviously changed my appearance. So, how did you recognize me?" "It's not that I recognized you. It's just that you've never left my sight. I was watching you all the way until you entered Black Sand City," Yi Han said. "Understood." Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. Lan Chen was safe. From the looks of it, the other party did not follow into Black Sand City. Most likely, they believed that Ling Xiao would definitely leave Black Sand City. Furthermore, to leave the dangerous Golden Martial Kingdom as soon as possible, the road to the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom would be a shortcut. One had to admit that Yi Han was very smart. However, it was also because of this that Yi Han did not see Ling Xiao giving Lan Chen the medicinal pill. "Yi Han, let's cut the crap. Get your helpers to come out. You should understand that if you're alone, you won't be able to leave here alive. I won't let you escape so easily like last time." Although Ling Xiao noticed the ambush, he felt that it was not all. There were some experts that he might not even be able to detect. This was the scariest thing. If it's one-on-one, why would I be afraid of you? It's just that you have a treasure on you that can let your companions hide inside. If I'm not wrong, you should have 4 companions. And they're not weak. Yihan said indifferently, City Lord Schwenning, are you still not going to show yourself? I'm not a match for these people alone. Although I can't see his companions, they must be there. Following Yihan's voice, a bloody color suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Even the space was dyed red by blood. A person walked out from the bloody storm. It was a man with 2 axes on his back. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Schwenning, the city lord of Dual Axe City, Shuehongyi's father, an expert who had just entered the divine soul realm. Seeing this person, Ling Zhao's face instantly changed. This was the worst situation. He actually encountered a divine soul realm expert now. Even if the other party had just entered the divine soul realm, his realm would not be low. He was much stronger than any divine physique echelon expert. Kill! When Xuanning appeared and was about to question Ling Xiao did something that made everyone dumbfounded. He actually stomped on the ground and charged towards Xuanning, charging towards this martial artist that he could not defeat no matter what, really courting death. Xuanning sneered, although he did not understand Ling Zhao's intention, since the other party pounced over. Then there was no need for him to hold back. However, he still wanted to find out how his son died. Therefore, he was prepared to capture Ling Xiao alive. City Lord Xuanning, don't be fooled. This brat is very crafty. Be careful of him escaping. Right at this moment, Yihan spoke. Although Yihan's strength was not as good as Xuanning, the feeling he gave Ling Xiao was that he was the most troublesome opponent. He actually saw through his intentions at a glance. He attacked Xuanning in order to escape. The moment Xuanning appeared, he understood that he had no chance. He had to find a good opportunity to escape. Once he missed it, he might even lose his life. The moment he attacked, he already switched his demon venerable body with his main body. His main body hid in the ground, preparing to take the opportunity to slip away. The show had to be played to the end. Even if Yihan saw that he wanted to escape, he did not know how he was going to escape. Speaking of which, Yihan did not know much about him. Boom! Without any suspense, Xuanning blew up Ling Zhao's demon venerable body with one punch. However, Ling Zhao's main body also took this opportunity to escape 1,000 meters away and entered the dense forest. Humph! Only playing some tricks. Is there any use? Xuanning also discovered Ling Zhao's intentions. A cold voice sounded. He did not use dual axes either. He just urged divine essence with both hands. A stretch of blood-red flames already blocked Ling Zhao's escape route. The blood-red flames burned fiercely, but it did not feel hot. Instead, it gave off an incomparably bloody smell. It formed something like a wall. It was strongly corrosive. Very clearly, these flames were not ordinary flames. Burning blood demon fire. Xiao Jin said, "Boss, this is good stuff, although for most martial artists, it's useless. It's extremely powerful. Once it comes into contact, that side will be corroded. Even the mind inside will be affected. But to me, it's a great supplement. Boss, look for an opportunity and let me swallow this demon fire. I can't waste the golden crow sobbing bloodgrass to raise my divine essence level. That thing can be used again when I break through to the divine body 8th level." Good idea. Void-shattering power, create space. Ling Xiao originally planned to break this flame and escape. After all, he had immortal fire and divine fire. As long as he wrapped his entire body, this demon fire would not hurt him. But since this thing was useful to little gold, then he naturally had to think of another way. It was probably not safe to let Little Gold directly swallow these demon fire, but using void-shattering power to imprison the demon fire in the dimensional space and let Little Gold swallow, it was much simpler. Chapter 5089. The void created could not completely absorb the blood-burning demon fire. After all, the opponent was a divine soul realm expert. The amount of blood-burning demon fire released was too large. In an instant, Ling Xiao was trapped inside. It was as if he was going to torture Ling Xiao, but he was not going to burn him to death. Invincible Ape Divine Formation. Ling Xiao activated the formation to temporarily block the attack of the flames. The formation not only had the effect of being indestructible, but it also had the effect of being invulnerable. Although this ability would be greatly weakened in the face of a powerful opponent, it could still hold on for a while. Humph, you want to block my blood-burning demon fire with this little formation? What a joke! Schwessing sneered. He flipped his hands, and more blood-burning demon fire shot out. The world was dyed red. Although the laws of the forest were extremely sturdy, they still started to burn. Many plants were gradually withering under the blood-red flames. The area within a 1-mile radius was almost like doomsday. Large numbers of demon beasts died, tragically rotting into liquid under the blood-burning demon fire. The energy merged into the demon fire, causing it to burn even more vigorously. Yi Han saw this from afar, and his expression was very ugly. Obviously, Schwessing's attack did not care about his safety at all, forcing him to hide even further away. "Boss, let me out. This little blood-burning demon fire can't do anything to me," Little Gold said. "Although it's safer to absorb the flames in your dimensional space, I can't just watch. Don't worry, boss. No flame can beat my golden crow body and the devouring demon fetus." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still let Little Gold out. At the same time, he continued to strengthen the invincible ape divine formation. The moment Little Gold appeared, it opened its mouth and sucked fiercely. A large amount of blood-burning demon fire was sucked into Little Gold's body like a bottomless pit. "Void God Sword, you too." Ling Xiao sensed that Little Gold was in pain. Obviously, the opponent's flames were not that easy to absorb, so he summoned the Void God's sword and frantically absorbed the energy of the blood-burning demon fire. The Void God Taotai had also experienced changes from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to the eternal divine realm. Its divine essence level did not weaken, but its cultivation level dropped directly to the divine body 5th level. Therefore, he needed to level up as well. Large amounts of blood-burning demon fire were constantly being absorbed, and the god-defying Taotia's cultivation base was also constantly recovering. After killing and absorbing so many people, the god-defying Taotia's cultivation had already recovered to the 6th level of the divine physique stage. This time, there were signs of him breaking through to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. This demonic fire was truly a great supplement. After more than 10 minutes, under the efforts of the 2 brothers, the blood-burning demon fire in the surroundings was completely extinguished. After Little Gold had eaten its fill, it returned to the universe world to cultivate. This time, its divine essence level should be able to reach level 10. On the other hand, the god-defying Taodai had successfully recovered to the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique stage. It had to be said that Xuetsuan had given Ling Xiao a huge gift. What the hell? Seeing this, Xuening was completely stunned. He was well aware of how powerful his blood-burning demon fire was, yet it had been sucked clean. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Even in the Golden Martial Kingdom, no one could do this. Even if it could break his blood-burning demon fire, it was impossible to be unharmed after absorbing it. Xuening was certain that the weapon in Ling Zhao's hand was not an ordinary treasure. He was also certain that Little Gold was Ling Zhao's beast pet. He decided to take it all back. However, due to his shock, his actions slowed down for a moment, which created the opportunity for Ling Xiao to escape. Go! Ling Xiao instantly disappeared into the dense forest, wanting to escape far away. Xuening was not someone he could deal with for the time being. He did not die just now only because the other party used an attack that happened to be countered by him. However, Xuening was a Divine Soul Realm expert, so he definitely had many attacking methods. If he changed to other methods, he could still kill him. Trying to escape? Ling Xiao! Oh, Ling Xiao! I have never underestimated you. Just as Ling Xiao disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, suddenly, 4 experts darted out of the dense forest, completely sealing off his escape route. Moreover, these 4 people were all half-step Divine Soul Realm experts. In order to avenge his son, Xuening had really put in a lot of effort. He even transferred many of the top experts in Dual Axe City. Facing Divine Soul Realm experts, Ling Xiao had no way to deal with them. However, facing half-step Divine Soul Realm experts, Ling Xiao still had ways to deal with them. Little Black had always been pampered. Now was the time to use it. Although this little fellow had grown to this point, it could at most last for a minute in a battle. However, it was more than enough to deal with 4 half-step Divine Soul Realm experts. After all, half-step Divine Soul Realm was still within the Divine Body Realm. There was no way to fight against Divine Soul Realm experts. Ling Xiao finally got a chance to escape. So how could he give it up so easily? Little Black, do it! Ling Xiao continued to maintain his escape posture. Suddenly, a little black dragon flew out of the universe world. It opened its mouth and swallowed. The black dragon's extinction was released. In just an instant, the 4 experts who were blocking him were killed instantly. The Qiankuan beast picked up the other party's storage ring and weapon and returned to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't slow down at all. Damn it, soul-chasing axe kill. Xuening's heart ached when he saw this. The ones who died were 4 half-step Divine Soul Realm experts. He was the top expert in Dual Axe City. After losing them, his Dual Axe City couldn't compare to Blue Ocean City. In a fit of rage, he grabbed an axe behind him and threw it out. This was a genuine monarch artifact with 4 divine dragon inscriptions. Only Divine Soul Realm experts were qualified to use it. The soul-chasing axe split open the void and directly chopped at Ling Zhao's head. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Axe God Domain. It was rumored that every god had their own domain. In their own domain, they could use special abilities. The god Martial Soul inherited this domain ability. This was similar to the domains Ling Xiao had seen before, but the difference in power was too great. The domain he saw before was probably only a drop of water, but the one he saw now was equivalent to an entire ocean. Perhaps Xuening felt that the soul-chasing axe couldn't stop Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had to use a special method to trap Ling Xiao. With a roar, the axe god appeared behind him. The axe god wore a crown on his head and chopped the 2 axes in his hands into the ground. The blood-red power seeped into the ground and the sky at the same time. It formed a dense blood-red domain. He wanted to trap Ling Xiao here. As long as Ling Xiao couldn't escape, Xuening had thousands of ways to kill him. Blackie! Ling Xiao could only rely on Blackie for now. He didn't want to encounter a Divine Soul Realm expert, but he had no choice. Fortunately, Blackie had just come out, and there was still some time before the battle ended. Blackie heard Ling Zhao's voice and waved his sharp claws. The dragon claws tore through the void and collided with the soul-chasing axe. Chapter 5090. Although Xiaohei's strength was on par with Xuening's, it did not have any treasures. It was actually at a disadvantage in this collision. Ling Zhao's heart ached when he saw this. He had promised to take care of this little guy. Although it was at a disadvantage, the soul-chasing axe was too far away from Xuanning. It eventually fell to the ground. Of course, the Qiankuan beast would not let go of such a good thing and directly swallowed it into its stomach. Seeing this scene, Xuanning was really angry. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Not only did he have such a powerful battle pet, like the Black Wind Dragon, he also had a treasure like the Qiankuan beast. Not only did his attack fail, but he also lost his axe. That was an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon patterns. It was the best treasure in his dual axe city. What a pity. See you. Ling Xiao did not want to continue fighting. He put away Xiaohe, sped up, and disappeared completely. At this time, Xuaning's axe god domain had not been fully opened. This was why Ling Xiao wanted to end the battle quickly. Once the other party opened up the axe god domain, he would have no chance. Completely no chance. Damn it! Seeing Ling Xiao disappear, Xuaning's face became extremely ugly. He really did not expect that he, a Divine Soul Realm powerhouse, would actually fail to kill Ling Xiao. This kid was really too difficult to deal with. However, you can't run away, kid. Even if you escape to the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, I will still catch you. How dare you kill my son and take away my treasure? How can I not kill you? Xuanning was completely furious. He did not even consider the current situation of Dual Axe City and was determined to kill Ling Xiao. He turned into a blood-red light and chased forward crazily. Even if he chased to the ends of the earth, he would not give up. I didn't expect that he would escape the ambush set up by a Divine Soul Realm powerhouse and 4 half-step Divine Soul Realm powerhouses. What is that little black dragon? Why is it so powerful? It seems that I can't chase him randomly for the time being. I might even lose my life. Yihan did not chase. Instead, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he headed toward Dual Axe City. Although he had failed to kill Ling Xiao, he had gained the trust of Dual Axe City. They could settle down temporarily. With his talent and wisdom, he would soon be able to sweep through all the resources in Dual Axe City. Even if Xuetsuan came back, it would be too late. Why don't we cooperate with Blue Ocean City? Yihan smiled coldly and made up his mind. This blood coagulation is too strong. It's impossible to shake it off. I've tried many methods, but none of them worked. Master, you're very knowledgeable. Under such circumstances, what else can I do other than run away? Ling Xiao asked as he made his way through the dense forest. This was because he had already sensed Xuaning's aura. Although the other party hadn't found him yet with the ability of a Divine Soul Realm expert, this didn't seem to be a problem at all. This was a wild forest. The trees were extremely tall and dense, and the vines were everywhere. Lung Mei's ability could be used to great effect here. This prevented Ling Xiao from getting lost and being caught. However, running away was not what Ling Xiao wanted. If he did not get rid of the blood coagulation here, he would not be able to escape. His goal of getting rid of the blood coagulation wouldn't be achieved. Ling Xiao didn't fly in the sky. Although he had recovered that ability, it would be easy for Xuetsuan to discover him. Therefore, he was now using Cold Plum's ability to shuttle through the forest. His aura was completely integrated with the surrounding trees. It was as if he originally belonged to this wild forest. Ling Xiao was still aware of their current strength. With their current strength, the only chance to kill Xuetsuan was Little Black. However, Little Black had already fought today. If he wanted to fight, he would have to wait until tomorrow. During today's time, Ling Xiao planned to continue hiding and try his best not to be found by the opponent. Perhaps you can combine the 10,000 beast blood refining array with Little Black's ability. Kill Xuetsuan in one fell swoop. I can personally help you set up the array, although it will consume a lot of soul power. However, when you reach Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, you should be able to buy treasures that can increase your soul power. The Yuan Venerate answered Ling Zhao's question. In other words, it's feasible. Ling Zhao asked excitedly, yes, it's feasible, and there should be a 70% chance of success. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants in this wild forest are all very powerful. Their combined power, together with Little Black, will definitely be able to seriously injure Xuetsuan. I'll leave it to you to finish him, the Yuan Venerate said. All right, Master, don't worry. When we reach Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, I'll immediately help you find treasures that can repair your soul. If a Yuan Venerate wanted to maintain his soul state and not die, he had to have such treasures to increase his soul power. Consuming soul power was similar to consuming one's life. Therefore, this time, he really planned to go all out. After all, if Ling Zhao died, his future plans would all be for naught. After drawing up a plan, Ling Zhao continued to move forward while waiting for the arrival of the next day. At the same time, he was looking for a suitable place to set up the 10,000 beast blood refining array. There were indeed many strange demonic beasts and demonic insects in this forest. Moreover, all of them were quite strong. If it weren't for the existence of Cold Plum, it would have been very difficult for Ling Zhao to pass through this forest. Xuetsuan was more unlucky as he was constantly attacked by demonic beasts. Ling Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps he was really worrying too much. At this rate, Xuetsuan would definitely be very tired by the next day. At that time, the chances of killing Xuetsuan would be greater. Get lost. In the sky, Xuetsuan sent a ferocious demonic bird flying with a punch. However, his expression was a little ugly. Although these demonic beasts weren't his match, he would consume a lot of divine essence if he continued fighting like this. The problem was that he had clearly sensed Ling Zhao's aura, but couldn't find it. It seems like I can't go on like this. I have to find that fellow as soon as possible. I'll be in trouble if this drags on. Xuetsuan suddenly sent a palm strike down. A large blood-red hand appeared in the void. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the trees and rocks were instantly reduced to dust. Ling Zhao looked behind him and couldn't help but tremble with fear. He had just left that place. He still remembered that there was a demonic beast whose strength reached the 9th level divine body, realm resting there. However, it actually turned into ashes under this palm strike. Even the ground turned blood red and was constantly corroded and decayed. This strange martial technique was simply terrifying. Everything in front of him seemed to be destroyed by him. Ling Zhao frowned and became more careful while advancing. He no longer advanced in a straight line, but constantly changed directions. This made the other party's attack unable to catch him. It's actually the sky-covering blood palm, the upgraded version of the sky-covering blood palm. Yuan Venerate said, it's different from the sky-covering demonic hand or the sky-covering blood palm. The sky-covering blood palm's power is much stronger. Of course, it's also very difficult to cultivate this demonic technique. It must be used together with a treasure above the Emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. Otherwise, your hand will be crippled after using it once. In addition to the pair of axes, Xuetsuan should also have a glove-like treasure. It's definitely above the Emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. The fastest mobile version of the website, Chapter 5091. I really want to kill this guy and get his cultivation technique and Dharma treasure. Ling Zhao glanced at Xuening in the sky and gritted his teeth. Blackie couldn't fight yet, so he had to bear with it. Xuening was getting more and more irritable and impatient. Damn it! What kind of secret technique did this guy cultivate to be able to merge perfectly with the aura of this forest? If I didn't have a special technique, I wouldn't even be able to catch a trace of his aura. Unfortunately, the aura is still too blurry. I can't pinpoint his exact location. Xuening couldn't understand why this fifth-level divine body realm trash could do something that he couldn't do. This was too illogical. Even so, Xuening was still unwilling to give up. His eyes had turned completely blood-red. This was an eye technique that could see the fluctuations of his enemy's divine essence. If it weren't for this, he would have lost Ling Xiao long ago. Every time he caught a trace of the aura, Xuening would form a sky-covering bloody handprint and smash it down. The bloody handprint was huge. It was also very powerful. The trees and rocks below were all destroyed by the bloody handprint. However, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. If he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he might have to destroy the entire savage forest. Unfortunately, he didn't have that ability. Moreover, there must be monsters in this forest that weren't weaker than him, or even stronger. Unless he didn't want to live anymore, he wouldn't dare to provoke those monsters. No, I have to kill this guy before he enters the depths of the forest. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if I find the depths. Xuening's frown deepened. Master, I found a ruin. Cold Plum suddenly said, Another ruin? The eternal divine realm was indeed the eternal divine realm. He had just stepped into the eternal divine realm, and this was the second time he had found a ruin. The last time was the giant dragon city. What would it be this time? What kind of ruin? Ling Xiao asked. I can't say for sure. It looks like an abandoned temple, a place of worship for a god in the past. It doesn't seem to be as mysterious as Giant Dragon City, but it might be better for us. The things in Giant Dragon City are too powerful. With our strength, we can't touch them at all. Cold Plum explained. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, through the Cold Plum's ability, he could see the situation of the temple ruins with the ancient tree as his eyes. This temple had obviously experienced many years of history. On the walls, there were mottled moss crawling all over. There were also many vines, like Boston ivy. It was like a mysterious botanical garden. There were even demonic beasts dozing off and hunting for food. Cold Plum, is there any way to search for the treasures inside? Ling Xiao felt that Cold Plum's ability was very useful in the forest. He could not help but ask, Let me try. Cold Plum nodded. Ling Xiao stopped bothering her. Just as he was about to continue on his way, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. He suddenly looked up at the sky. What was Xuening doing? At this time, Xuening finally decided to use all means to keep Ling Xiao here. He didn't even hesitate to destroy the forest within a radius of dozens of miles. He couldn't let Ling Xiao escape into the depths of the forest. The depths of the forest was not a place where he could be presumptuous. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, now was the only time. Therefore, even if he provoked demonic beasts here, he had to make a move. He took out the remaining soul-chasing axe on his back. Bright red light condensed on the soul-chasing axe. The next moment, the soul-chasing axe suddenly slashed down. At the same time, Xuening's face turned pale, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. This move had a huge range and was very powerful, but the price was that it would temporarily reduce his strength. It also consumed a lot of divine essence. Unless it was a last resort, he really didn't want to do this. But now he had to use it, as the soul-chasing axe slashed out. A bloody typhoon, with Xuening as the center, enveloped the forest within a radius of dozens of miles. Boom, boom, boom. Start domain name. Please remember _3. Woo woo, the wind raged, and trees constantly fell to the ground, turning into dust. The bloody typhoon was not only very destructive, but it was also very corrosive. For a moment, the area within a radius of dozens of miles became doomsday. It had completely become a world of devastation. The range was too large, and Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it. He was also enveloped in it. He desperately activated the invincible ape divine array to resist the terrifying wind. Although he wasn't killed, he was completely exposed. There was still more than an hour before the second day. It could be said that the situation was very critical. What a terrifying martial skill. How can it be so powerful? Although the attack power has weakened after dispersing, this area is too large. But isn't this area a little too big? There's simply no room for escape. While Ling Xiao felt the terror of a divine soul realm expert, he threw out the defensive magic treasures he had snatched earlier as if they didn't cost anything. Just the invincible ape divine array alone couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. But these Dharma treasures were all genuine Emperor artifacts with one divine dragon pattern. Anyway, they had all been snatched, so he didn't mind. As long as he didn't die, it would be fine. Disciple, I feel that this person has consumed a lot of divine origin energy after using this martial skill. His strength has decreased greatly. Currently, he is only at the half-step divine soul realm. This fellow is really bold. He knows that you have little black, yet he still dares to gamble. What a lunatic! Yuan Venerate said. Ling Xiao smiled when he heard what Yuan Venerate said. Although a half-step divine soul realm was also powerful, it wasn't as terrifying as a true divine soul realm expert. His few companions might not be able to defeat him, but it might be possible to delay him for an hour. When the gale dissipated, Zuising had already released the Axe God domain and blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. Ling Xiao was like a turtle in a jar. There was nowhere to escape. Kid, let's see what other means you have to escape this time. Zuising's face was pale. Obviously, it was because he had overexerted himself. However, in Zuising's opinion, killing Ling Xiao wouldn't be a problem. Escape? I don't intend to escape. Ling Xiao stopped and sneered at Xuanning. Don't you know that a rabbit will bite when it's cornered, chasing me like this? Whether you kill me or I kill you, we'll see in a while. Since he couldn't escape, Ling Xiao might as well not run. There would be a battle sooner or later anyway. As long as he could delay for an hour, Zuising would die. You're only left with a glib tongue. Call your companions out. They won't be a match for me even if they join forces anyway. You killed my son, so I must avenge him. Zuising's blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he didn't make a move immediately. It seemed like using 2 super martial skills in a row had caused him to be unable to recover for a while and had to take a break. This allowed Ling Xiao to catch his breath and think about how to deal with the current situation. Chapter 5092. Your son, Xue Hongyi, had only himself to blame for his death. He insisted on hunting me down. Did he expect me to just stand there and let him kill me? What a joke. I thought you were pitiful and didn't want to kill you, but you actually kept pestering me. In that case, both of you can die. Ling Xiao was looking for an opportunity as he spoke. At the same time, he secretly got the Yuan Venerate to set up the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array. Without the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. Xuaning's attack had killed too many demonic beasts. The resentment of these demonic beasts had gathered together, allowing the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array to unleash an unimaginable power. This might have been a mistake on Xuaning's part. However, Xuaning didn't seem to have a choice. If he didn't do that, Ling Xiao would definitely escape into the depths of the forest. When that happened, he would have no chance to take revenge. Do you know what this is? Ling Xiao's main task now was to stall for time, so he had to do everything he could. He took out a medicinal herb that he had picked up from the storage rings of the corpses in the giant dragon city. Spirit-controlling flower. It's a 1,000-year-old spirit-controlling flower. Xuanning was shocked. The spirit-controlling flower was fatally attractive to divine soul realm martialists. The spirit-controlling pill, refined from the spirit-controlling flower, was even more attractive to divine soul realm martialists. A stalk of spirit-controlling flower could help a divine soul realm martialist advance by at least one level. For example, Xuanning was in the early first-level divine soul realm, which was the so-called initial stage of the divine soul realm. Directly consuming the spirit-controlling flower would allow one's cultivation to advance to the mid-stage divine soul realm. It sounded like a small breakthrough, but to some people it could be an improvement that took hundreds of years to achieve. One could only imagine how valuable it was. The effect of the spirit-controlling pill was even more amazing. Generally, a spirit-controlling pill that was 80% perfect could allow a martialist to advance by one level. In other words, one could advance from the early first-level divine soul realm to the early second-level divine soul realm. The value was even more terrifying. If it was a perfect spirit-controlling pill, it might not be a problem to advance to the late second-level divine soul realm. Xuanning's cultivation base had been stuck at the initial stage of the divine soul realm for hundreds of years. He crazily wanted to advance every day. This desire was definitely more than his son's death. Even if his son was gone, he could always have another one. After all, he had many women, but missing out on the soul-mastering flower might mean missing out on an opportunity. The soul control flower was an extremely rare medicinal herb. "Give it to me," Xuanning shouted. It was as if a hungry wolf had seen a delicious piece of meat. "You want the soul-mastering flower, or do you want the soul-driving pill?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Everything was going according to his plan. He did not believe that blood coagulation could resist the temptation of such benefits. "What do you mean? You still have soul-driving pills?" Xuanning felt that she was simply too lucky. She thought that all she had to do was to avenge her son. Who would have thought that he would stumble upon such a good thing? "Not at the moment, but I can refine it. You can choose to kill me now and take the soul-controlling flower, but you will miss the opportunity to obtain the soul-controlling pill. Of course, you can also choose the soul-driving pill. After I get it, I only hope that you can let me live. I had no choice but to kill your son." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "You can refine the soul-driving pill? How is that possible? How old are you?" "The soul-driving pill is extremely difficult to refine. Even in the entire human race, there are only a few who can refine it. You can actually do it. Are you trying to stall for time?" Xuanning did not believe it at all. "It's up to you to believe it or not. The choice is yours." Ling Xiao knew that the more he spoke, the more useless it would be. Although Xuanning was not as smart as Yihan, he was not a fool. Naturally, he could find flaws in his words. In that case, he might as well not talk nonsense. "How long will it take?" Xuanning's eyes flickered. In the end, he could not resist the desire for the soul-driving pill. 3 hours at most. Ling Xiao said indifferently. 3 hours? Xuanning was stunned. He thought that he would have to wait at least a few dozen days. It was only 3 hours. This kid was really stalling for time. It was said that the powerful alchemists in the sacred city took 49 days to refine the soul-driving pill. What could he do in 3 hours? "Play. Grandpa has no time to play with you." Xuanning was ready to make his move. However, Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face as he began to refine the pill. Xuanning had seen every step from the beginning of the refinement of medicinal herbs. After seeing it, he suddenly began to doubt his judgment. Although he had never seen Ling Xiao's alchemy method before, Every step was meticulous and smooth like flowing water. It was better than many of the masters he had seen. It will take about 2 hours for me to recover my strength. Let's see what this kid is going to do. Xuening did not make his move in the end. Instead, he sat there, swallowed a pill, and began to recover. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It was difficult to make the other party believe a simple lie, but if he had the ability, he was not afraid that the other party would not believe him. Ling Xiao naturally could not give the soul-driving pill to Xuening. Although he could not use such an important thing for the time being, it would definitely be useful in the future. If he gave the soul-driving pill to the other party, it would greatly improve his cultivation. Even if Xiao He recovered his combat strength, it would be useless. He was no match for Xuening at all. He said that it would take 3 hours, but in fact, it would only take half an hour to complete the refinement. He just wanted Xuening to misunderstand his purpose. An hour later, Ling Xiao stopped refining pills. With a wave of his hand, a soul-driving pill appeared in the jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. Ordinary alchemists could only refine one soul-driving pill with one soul-driving flower. Moreover, the quality of the pill was at most 90% perfect. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao used 1 stalk of Imperial Soul Flower to refine 3 Imperial Soul pills, and they were all perfect soul-driving pills. However, he used a camouflage technique to store the 2 soul-driving pills and only put 1 into the jade bottle. Didn't you say that it would take 3 hours to complete the refinement? How did it end in an hour? Xuening opened his eyes. At this time, he had basically recovered 90% of his strength. He had returned to the state of the divine soul realm. After all, he had used a pill. Are you still not satisfied with the refinement in an hour? Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Give it to me. If I find out that you have lied, or lied to me, I will kill you on the spot." Xuening looked at the soul-driving pill in the jade bottle with anxiety in his eyes. However, this guy was still very good at pretending. He tried his best to look calm. Unfortunately, his eyes completely betrayed him. Originally, Xuening was worried that Ling Xiao would play some tricks, so he was very vigilant. But Ling Xiao didn't do anything and just obediently handed the soul-driving pill to him. This confused Xuening. He felt that there was a trap. Therefore, he carefully opened the jade bottle and sniffed. There was no mistake. He had already smelled this smell before, but unfortunately, he could only smell it at that time and was not qualified to own it at all. Moreover, its appearance was no different from the soul-driving pill. Chapter 5093. That's right, this is really a soul-driving pill. You didn't lie to me. Xuening was a divine soul realm powerhouse, after all. His soul force was very strong. Although he had never eaten a soul-driving pill before, he had seen a real one before. He was 80% sure that this soul-driving pill in his hand was real, and it was a very perfect soul-driving pill. I didn't expect you to have some ability, but whether I let you go or not, I'll have to find someone to examine this soul-driving pill first. Now, you should just obediently allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Xuening smiled coldly. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to play with me. Is that so? Haven't you heard of this saying? There's no free lunch in this world. When you accept someone else's things for nothing, you should think of the consequences. Idiot! Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought. The soul-driving pill in Xuening's hand actually exploded. The moment the soul-driving pill exploded, Xuening realized that this stinking brat had no intention of begging for mercy from beginning to end. He didn't plan to escape, but to kill him. This was simply a conspiracy. In order to make this conspiracy more realistic, he was even willing to use a real soul-driving pill to detonate Zhuangzi. This was really too sinister, too vicious, too despicable and shameless. Even if Xuening, was known to be ruthless, he wasn't so vicious. How could he have expected that the other party would rather give up a treasure like the soul-driving pill to kill him? At this moment, Xuening's only thought was to escape. Unfortunately, his body could no longer keep up with the speed of his thoughts. Fortunately, he was a divine soul realm powerhouse and could use his soul to leave his body, although he couldn't stay outside for long as he could escape and protect his soul. Then he wouldn't die. Boom! A terrifying roar exploded in an instant. Even if Xuening was a divine soul realm powerhouse, and his body was incomparably strong, he still couldn't stop Ling Zhao's scheme. This soul-driving pill contained extremely strong energy. After it exploded, the huge power was enough to kill a first-level divine soul realm martial artist. Xuening was only at the early first-level divine soul realm. How could he resist? The surrounding trees were completely blown to smithereens in an instant. The rocks were also blown to smithereens. The terrifying power caused a gust of wind to blow, and chaos ensued. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the air. Blood coagulation, who was at the core of the explosion, had been blown to smithereens. It's so powerful. Initially, I just wanted to be on the safe side, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Ling Zhao was shocked by this huge power, so he did this to make it easier for Little Black to win. But looking at it now, the power of the soul-driving pill far exceeded his imagination. Damn it, Ling Zhao, you better remember this. Xuening, will not live under the same sky as you. After the explosion, a roar came from the distance. It was Xuening's soul that escaped. This was the reason why divine soul realm experts were scarier than divine body realm experts. At critical moments, their souls could leave their bodies. Furthermore, after the cultivation of the divine soul was strong enough, it could even leave the body to fight, and its power was incomparably fierce. Master, we can't let him escape. All of his cultivation is concentrated in his soul. Kill him, and I'll get some benefits. Ling Zhao said to Yuan Venerate. Only a Yuan Venerate could chase after Xuening's soul. Although they were both souls, Yuan Venerates were much stronger. They couldn't be compared to Xuening's illusory soul. To be honest, Ling Zhao had witnessed the power of a divine soul realm powerhouse today. He had originally thought that the other party would definitely die under such a powerful explosion. After all, the soul-driving pill had been in Xuening's hands at that time, which was equivalent to bearing the full force of the explosion. It was obvious how tenacious a divine soul realm powerhouse's life force was. However, Xuening didn't die, but only his soul escaped. To Ling Zhao, this was definitely an excellent opportunity to kill the other party. He had never killed a divine soul realm powerhouse since coming to the eternal divine realm. This time, he had only won by taking advantage of the other party's greed and underestimation of him, and not by relying on his true strength. He had to be sure that he had killed him first. Otherwise, offending a divine soul realm powerhouse wouldn't be a good thing. The Yuan Venerate had already made his move. A golden light shot out from between Ling Zhao's eyebrows and instantly transformed into a human form to grab Xuening's soul. He forcibly pulled the soul back. Ling Zhao, you demon! No demon in this world can compare to you in terms of viciousness, and cunning. How hateful! Xuening, the city lord of Dual Axe City and a divine soul realm powerhouse, never thought that I would be defeated by a divine soul realm powerhouse. How could I have fallen at your hands? I hate you. However, you won't have a good ending. The sacred city won't let you off. Xuening had no chance of escaping now that his soul had been captured. They could only roar hysterically there. Hee hee. It's a pity that you'll never see my end. You didn't have to die, but you insisted on killing me. This is your end." Ling Xiao sneered. The void god sword pierced Xuaning's soul and began to absorb a large amount of energy. Ling Xiao didn't absorb this energy. Instead, he stored it in the void god sword for the time being. This place had just experienced a great battle. Who knew if martialists or demonic beasts would pass by? It was better to find a safe place first before absorbing all this energy. "Cold Plum, guide me to the temple ruins." Ling Xiao called out and quickly left. "Big brother, you're too savage. You actually killed a divine soul realm expert. Heavens, I can't believe what I just saw. You killed him all by yourself. Even Little Black's ability didn't work." Long Chun was dumbfounded. Although Ling Xiao had done more than one or two crazy things, Long Chun was still shocked. However, this was definitely the first time he had killed a divine soul realm expert alone. Yu Fanghua also said, "It feels like a dream. The difference in strength between you and him is so great. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to win. However, the result is that he's dead and you're alive. This is probably why Master is so powerful. Not only is he strong, but he's also smart." Cold Plum said. Everyone nodded. In today's battle, Xuanning had completely fallen for Ling Xiao's trick. That was why he had obediently accepted his death. Not to mention that Ling Xiao's strength was not weak. Even if he was an ordinary person, many martialists would have been played to death by him with his brain alone. This was really terrifying. This battle had nothing to do with strength. It was completely a crushing of intelligence. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had controlled everything. That was why he had achieved an impossible victory. "Don't praise me anymore. I'm a little embarrassed," Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. "I just want to live. For this goal, I can do anything." "But, big brother, if the plan fails, won't it be terrible?" Little Gold said worriedly. No, from the moment Xuanning faced Sky, he was destined to fail. For this plan, Sky has more than one way to go. If the first way doesn't work, he still has the second and third ways. With Xuanning's brain, it's impossible for him to think so much. Yu Fanghua shook her head and said, Chapter 5094. Yu Fanghua shook her head and said, "If the opponent doesn't accept the soul-driving pill, Sky can settle for the next best thing and let Blackie fight. Xuegu still can't escape death." However, Sky used a safer method just to be safe. Even if Xuegu isn't attracted by the soul-driving pill, we can still drag it out for an hour with our strength. At that time, we can still rely on Blackie to solve the problem. However, the possibility of that is almost non-existent. No divine soul realm expert can remain calm in the face of the soul-driving pill. "I'm still lucky," Ling Xiao said humbly. "If I didn't get the soul-driving flower, the premise of this plan wouldn't exist." "Master, you're being humble again. Even without the soul-driving flower, you'll still take out other herbs to tempt him, right?" Cold Plum smiled. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. It seemed that the people around him knew him better. They knew all the bad ideas he had in his head. As they spoke, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the temple ruins. "So the name of this temple is the Moon Temple. Fang Hua, this is your opportunity." In the depths of the temple ruins, there was a woman riding a white tiger. The woman was as bright as the moon in the sky. She held the bright moon divine bow. It was a perfect match for Yu Fanghua. As Ling Xiao spoke, he let Yu Fanghua out, allowing her to search for opportunities. Little Gold, Long Chun, and Cold Plum were in charge of protecting her. Ling Xiao began to count the spoils of war. Although he killed Xuegu, Ling Xiao knew that his strength was still too weak in the eternal divine realm. He had just stepped into the borders of the human race's god nation, and he had already encountered so much trouble. Therefore, he had to improve his strength faster. Strength included cultivation, dharma treasures, cultivation methods, martial techniques, and so on. In terms of cultivation, his battle with Shiwegu raised his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 5th level divine body realm. Although it wasn't much, it allowed his stagnant cultivation to start improving again. In terms of dharma treasures, it was too dazzling. Emperor armaments with 1 divine dragon pattern were the most common. Monarch artifacts with 2 divine dragon patterns were lacking. However, he had obtained a pair of emperor weapons with 4 divine dragon inscriptions, the soul-chasing axes from Xuanning. None of them could use the soul-chasing axe. Ling Xiao planned to keep it to feed the Void God sword. If he wanted the Void God sword to grow as quickly as possible, he could not be stingy in this aspect. Apart from the soul-chasing axe, Ling Xiao had also obtained an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon inscriptions, the sky-covering blood palm. This magic treasure was extremely suitable to amplify the power of the heaven-covering blood palm. Of course, it was also very suitable to enhance other unarmed combat techniques. It looked like a glove. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was extremely tough. An emperor artifact with 3 divine dragon inscriptions would naturally not be ordinary. It just so happened that Ling Xiao's Hand of Immortality was a little outdated. An emperor armament with a divine dragon inscription could still be used, but it no longer had any advantage against the enemy. His cultivation level was not high, so he had to have a good dharma treasure. However, with his current cultivation level, he really could not use an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon inscriptions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao set up a martial soul barrier and began to absorb the energy from Xuanning's divine soul. It took him a full hour to do so. The void god Tao Ye's strength soared to the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao's cultivation level rose from the mid-stage of the 5th level divine body realm to the peak of the 5th level divine body realm. His heavenly demon black martial body was also tempered to the point of having 3 divine dragon patterns. Its defense was shocking. Most of Xuanning's power had not been digested yet. Divine, soul, realm powerhouses were indeed formidable. After his cultivation, level rose to the peak of the 5th level divine body realm. He could also use an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. This was a good thing. In other words, he could use the crimson blood demon sword and the sky-covering blood palm. The void god sword could also continue to advance. Thinking of this, he took out the void god sword and let it devour the dharma treasures that he had collected during this period. After eating the soul-chasing axe, the void god sword finally showed its 3rd divine dragon pattern. Its combat power had definitely soared. When Ling Xiao finished cultivating, Yu Fenghua had also gained a lot. Yu Fenghua had not only obtained the moon god's inheritance, but also the moon lady's power. Her divine essence level had finally risen to the 10th level, and her cultivation level had also reached the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm. She had also obtained the moon god's bright moon divine bow. This was a dharma treasure that could condense divine essence to shoot sharp arrows. It could also grow. However, it was different from the void god sword. If the bright moon divine bow wanted to grow, it had to be nourished with moonstones. This divine bow was now an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. No one knew how far it could grow in the future. However, after so many days of hard work, his 5 companions had finally finished upgrading their divine essence. From now on, the Real journey would begin. Finally, they did not have to cowardly avoid battles because of the power of laws. Let's go. Starting from the Rakshasa martial kingdom, we will start a storm in the eternal divine territory. Ling Xiao did not want to stay in the dense forest for too long. Since he had already gotten what he wanted, it was time to get rid of the tail. Next, it was time to move forward. On the way, Ling Xiao seized the time to cultivate the sky-covering blood handprint that he had obtained from Xuaning's divine soul. This was a top-notch saint-level martial art. It was the same as the Holy Ground demonic shadow and Black Lotus treasure light. Although Ling Xiao could not unleash their true power for the time being, as long as he could cultivate it, he would be stronger than others in terms of martial arts. Considering that he had arrived at the Rakshasa martial kingdom, he could not easily use his previous abilities, such as the Lotus Sutra. It would be better for him to learn some new martial arts. This way, he would not be easily targeted. Nearly 10 days had passed. Along the way, Ling Xiao had fought with many beasts and finally honed a sky-covering blood handprint to the initial stage. He had also completely stabilized his cultivation level. With the help of the Golden Crow's blood pill, Little Gold had successfully advanced to the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm. His combat power had skyrocketed. It could be said that their team's combat power had undergone a qualitative leap. On this day, they were already close to the border of the Rakshasa martial kingdom. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the dense forest. Cold Plum peeked with the eye of the forest. She told Ling Xiao that a group of experts had appeared not far ahead. The weakest among them was at the 7th level divine body realm. They were extremely powerful. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao directly entered the Shadow Warrior form. As his cultivation level increased, and he adapted to the eternal divine territory's power of laws, the Shadow Warrior form was also much safer. In addition to Cold Plum's help, at least in the dense forest, it was not so easy for others to find him. 30 martial artists at the 7th level divine body realm and 10 martial artists at the 8th level divine body realm. Good heavens, this guy is really strong. I thought that after my cultivation level increased and my combat power increased, it would be easier for me. I didn't expect to meet such experts before I even arrived at the Rakshasa martial kingdom. Ling Xiao realized that he was a little excited. Chapter 5095. Obviously, the 10 8th level divine body echelon powerhouses were the leaders. The rest of the 30 people listened to them. Among the 10 people, one of them had a long sword in his arms. His face was as cold as frost, and he wore a bamboo hat. His eyes were cold and murderous. The second person had a broken arm. His white hair reached his shoulders, and he looked quite handsome. The third person was a woman. Her face was covered with a veil, and her appearance was unknown. However, her temperament was seductive. She had a smile on her face, as if she could steal one's soul. These 3 people were alone. The other 4 people obviously came together. They wore the same blood-colored armor, and all of them held blood-colored machetes. Their physiques were very rugged. There were another 3 people who looked more like a family of 3. The man and woman looked very ordinary and didn't speak. Only the daughter, who looked no older than 7 or 8 years old, was chattering nonstop. These 10 people were extremely powerful. At the very least, Ling Xiao definitely wasn't their match in a one-on-one fight. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao had helpers. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of these people. He just found it strange. Why did this group of people come to this dense forest? As he was thinking, the few people over there started to talk. From their conversation, Ling Xiao was able to pick up some clues. It turned out that this group of people had discovered an ancient ruin. Hearing about the ruin, Ling Xiao's heart thumped wildly. Regardless of whether it was the giant dragon city or the divine moon palace, they had both given them great benefits. If there were more ruins, he definitely wouldn't want to miss it. In addition, Ling Xiao also knew these people's identities. They were called the 42 Bandits. The 40 people who came were the majority of them. The other two were the two leaders of the 42 Bandits. This time, they didn't come because of other matters. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the 37th level divine body echelon martial artists. To him, they were already at the level of minions. However, Ling Xiao was rather interested in these 10 people. The man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a long sword was called the Sword Slave. He was also the strongest among these people. His cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level divine body echelon, and he wasn't far from breaking through to the 9th level. Perhaps he would encounter an opportunity and be able to make a breakthrough. The cultivation of the person with the severed arm was on par with the sword servant, but he had lost an arm after all, so his combat strength was slightly weaker, and he was called the White-Hair Demon. The seductive woman was known as the Soul-Hooking Demon, which was quite appropriate. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the 8th level divine body realm. 4 of them were wearing blood-red armor and holding blood-red scimitars. They were the 4 blood demons. 3 of them were at the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm, and 1 of them was at the mid-stage of the 8th level divine body realm. There was only 1 person in the family of 3, and that was the child. The man and woman were actually her puppets. The little girl was called a masked doll, and it was obvious that she was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, this little girl's cultivation had also reached the late stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. The battle prowess of those 2 puppets was definitely not weaker than an early stage 8th level divine physique echelon cultivator. Ling Zhao's memory was really too good. Although he was not interested in these people, he still remembered their names. According to the information, the ruins should be here. However, it seems that someone has cast a spell on it, making it impossible to see it. The masked doll sneered. "It's just a spell. Get out of the way and watch me." The little girl looked young, but she was actually over 100 years old. She actually knew how to break array formations. Although her skills were much worse than Ling Zhao's, there was no way she could compare to a Yuan Venerate. At this moment, she took out something and fiddled with it for a long time. Suddenly, the fog disappeared. In the depths of the fog, an ancient teleportation gate appeared. It was just that no one knew where it went. Judging from the incantations on the teleportation gate and the ancient aura, it was definitely an ancient place. "Found it! Masked doll, you are indeed amazing. If we get the treasure this time, you will be the first to contribute." The soul-hooking demon laughed. "You flatter me. Let's hurry up and go in. Once we get through the teleportation gate, we should be able to reach the divine inscription sect." The masked doll laughed excitedly. Back in the day, the divine inscription sect was so impressive. It was almost equivalent to the strength of a sacred city. It's a pity that it was destroyed by the ancient race. Otherwise, the divine inscription sect would be the 13th sacred city. Even if dozens of martial nations worked together, they would not be a match for them. If we can get the inheritance, we will definitely soar. Yes, we, the 42 bandits, don't have to be sneaky anymore. The soul-hooking demon also said excitedly. Ling Xiao was very shocked when he heard their words. They actually had to trouble the ancient race to destroy the divine inscription sect. It was obvious that the divine inscription sect's strength was already a threat to the ancient race. It was even more terrifying than the 12 sacred cities. He was getting more and more interested in the divine inscription sect. Ling Xiao could see the greed in the eyes of these 40 bandits. To them, this was a discovery that could change their fate. Powerhouses like the Sword Slave and the White-Hair Demon were probably thinking about how to replace them and lead the 42 bandits. As for the seventh-level divine physique echelon martialists, they were thinking about how to replace the positions of these 10 powerhouses. Although they belonged to the same faction, there was a lack of trust between them. After all, they were an organization formed by extremely vicious people. They were not united. They only chose to cooperate temporarily under the pressure of the powerhouses. However, what can be left behind? The white-haired demon frowned and said, "Rumor has it that after the ancient race destroyed the divine inscription sect, they took away the orthodoxy of the divine inscription sect and destroyed the inheritance. Perhaps the divine inscription sect is only left with ruins and nothing." That's true. After the ancient race left, many martial artists entered the divine inscription sect and dug 3 feet into the ground. They didn't even let the corpses of the dead go. It was like a swarm of locusts. What can be left behind? Therefore, let's not have too much hope. The sword slave also said, "Otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." I don't think so. The masked doll smiled and said, "The divine inscription sect was destroyed. The sect master of the divine inscription sect was a true genius. I don't believe that he didn't leave behind something good. For example, the rumored divine inscription art. The ancient race took away the orthodoxy and all the treasures. However, the divine inscription art is a technology that can change the future. They might not be able to take it away. With that thing, our 42 bandits can also become as powerful as the Holy City, as long as we don't provoke the ancient race." The sword slave nodded and said, "The divine inscription art is indeed a creation of heaven and earth. Before the appearance of the mountain and river martial soul, the human martial artists exhausted their wisdom and thought of many ways to fight. The divine inscription art is one of them. Although many people look down on the divine inscription art and think that it's just an insignificant Tao, I don't think so. However, I don't think so. I trust the ancient race's judgment." All right, there's no point in talking so much nonsense. The most important thing is to obtain the divine inscription art. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. The masked doll sneered and adjusted the teleportation gate before stepping in. The rest of the people followed her in. Chapter 5096. Just as Ling Xiao was about to follow them in, a white figure flashed and entered the portal. This really gave Ling Xiao a fright. Although he only caught a glimpse of the white figure, he could tell that it was a girl. She was quite young, only around 18 years old. However, her cultivation was terrifyingly strong. She had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. She was much stronger than the people before her. The most terrifying thing was that the girl actually looked in the direction where Ling Xiao was hiding. Although he did not show it, he really gave Ling Xiao a fright. His shadow dancer form wasn't perfect. However, as long as he didn't attack, it was unlikely that he would be discovered. She must have sensed the aura of a martial artist, but she wasn't sure. No matter what, the ruins of the divine inscription sect are very attractive. It would be a great regret if I couldn't go in and take a look. Anyway, I've been to the city of giant dragons. There's nothing to be afraid of here. Ling Xiao had something to rely on. After all, he still had Blackie as his trump card. Moreover, his companions weren't weak when they joined forces. Thinking of this, he also entered the portal. After a while, a man and a woman appeared outside the portal. Both of them were martial artists in the early stage of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. They were the 2 leaders of the 42 bandits. The man was called Black Fiend, and the woman was called White Fiend. They formed the Black Fiend duo. The man looked ferocious and murderous. The woman was like a demon, cold and murderous. The plan is going well. Those idiots will definitely kill each other for the divine inscription art. When they're done, the art will naturally fall into our hands. We don't want to be bandits for the rest of our lives. The ancient race will definitely use the divine inscription art. Black Fiend sneered. You're really sinister. You've been with those trash for more than 10 years just to find the entrance to the divine inscription sect's ruins, right? White Fiend laughed. That's right. More than 10 years of planning. It all depends on today. Black Fiend's lips curled into a smug smile. Those who had already entered the portal didn't know that there were people waiting outside. Through the portal, they arrived outside the ruins of the divine inscription sect. This place had indeed been reduced to ruins. However, Ling Zhao's Taiji, I could already sense the powerful energy fluctuations. This meant that there was indeed something good in the ruins. It was just that someone had deliberately concealed it. It would not be easy for ordinary people to find it. They would probably have to be skilled in formations. It was no wonder that the 42nd Great Thief had brought along the masked doll. That person was indeed an expert in array formations. Ling Zhao had no intention of exposing himself for the time being. Regardless of whether it was the 40 thieves or the white-clothed girl, they were all relatively big threats. He still wanted to wait for these fellows to kill each other before reaping the benefits. He believed that this would happen. There was probably only one copy that recorded the saint inscription art. These people all wanted it. In that case, there would definitely be slaughter. The only reason they were able to coexist peacefully now was because no treasure had appeared yet. It was just that it could not trigger their killing intent. But soon, the massacre arrived as promised. This was because Masked Doll had discovered the location where the divine rune art was placed. It had to be said that this place was really too ingenious. No one would care about a pair of weeds. However, there was a special camouflage set up under the weeds. There was a piece of memory metal. It probably recorded not only the divine rune art, but also the divine runes. It must be the Divine Rune Encyclopedia, Masked Doll said excitedly. The Divine Rune Encyclopedia not only contains the method to practice divine runes, it also contains every divine rune that the Divine Rune sect has researched over the years. It is said that divine runes are divided into 9 grades. A first-grade divine rune is equivalent to the full power attack of a half-step divine soul realm expert. How terrifying would a 9th-grade divine rune be? Stop talking nonsense and activate the camouflage, the sword slave said loudly. Masked Doll hesitated at this moment. She sneered and said, I am the one who activated the formation, so this divine rune encyclopedia must belong to me. After all, vulgar people like you won't be able to learn the divine rune art. You must know that the foundation of the divine rune art is the formation. Only by understanding the formation can one truly learn the divine rune art. Masked Doll, are you crazy? This divine rune encyclopedia is wanted by the boss. Who dares to take it for themselves? Soul-hooking demon said. Boss. Ha, we may treat him as our boss, but he might not treat us as his own people. Am I right, you trash? Masked Doll suddenly attacked. The male and female puppets pounced on the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists. When those people saw the situation, they immediately attacked. Masked Doll intends to rebel. Kill her, without mercy. The 30 people attacked Masked Doll at the same time. However, the sword slave and the others naturally wouldn't allow them to do so, because Masked Doll was the only one who could break the camouflage. Therefore, the others also joined forces and fought against the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Ling Zhao hid in the distance, a cold smile appearing between his brows. None of these guys were easy to deal with. Perhaps the boss of the 42 bandits had schemed against these people, but these people wouldn't be willing to be fish on the chopping board. He looked in another direction and saw the white-clothed lady standing there quietly. He didn't know what treasure she used to completely conceal her figure. The white-clothed lady emitted a noble aura. She must be from an extraordinary background. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for her to cultivate to the peak of the 9th-level divine physique echelon at such a young age. After a round of fighting, the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists were all killed. However, those 10 people also suffered different degrees of injuries. Masked Doll lost one of her puppets. One of the 4 blood demons also died. Now, to be exact, there were only 8 people left. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. This was just the beginning. Those 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists were only the first batch of sacrifices. He believed that the moment the camouflage was dispelled, more people would die. However, he was just a bystander and didn't plan to make a move so early. Masked Doll started to dispel the camouflage because she had to do so. If she didn't, she believed that the others would kill her directly. After all, she wasn't the only one who knew about formations in this world. Ling Xiao watched quietly. The white-clothed lady was already prepared to make her move. Obviously, the white-clothed lady didn't notice Ling Xiao. After all, for the sake of safety, Ling Xiao had activated the Mao God Nether Array. It increased the concealment effect of the shadow dancer. Also, the distance was quite far. "It's done," Masked Doll yelled. A ray of golden light shot out from the pile of weeds. It rose into the air. It floated in midair. It was indeed a piece of memory metal. However, it was wrapped in a ball of golden light and looked very mysterious. That's it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with greed, even killing intent, including Ling Xiao. Although he didn't know what the divine inscription art was for now, it was something that could make the ancient race wary. It was definitely something good. Chapter 5097. A battle broke out in an instant. The few people who had worked together to enter the ruins were now fighting frantically. They all wanted to stop the other party from obtaining the sacred inscription encyclopedia. After all, even if they couldn't cultivate it, they could still exchange it for powerful cultivation techniques or treasures. Its value was simply immeasurable. Something casually given by the ancient race was enough for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. How could they not go crazy over this? Although the sacred inscription encyclopedia was right in front of them, none of them could obtain it, unless only one of them was left alive in the end. This was the cruelty of seizing treasures. Ling Xiao sighed. Indeed, no matter where one went, no matter what kind of nomological laws existed, as long as martialists dominated the world, there would never be a stop to fighting. All problems could only be solved with one's fists. Any one of these people could easily destroy or dominate the 9 realms of the 4 regions. However, in the eternal divine realm, they were just ordinary martialists. They might be stronger than trash, but they weren't experts. Although most of the array formations in the sacred inscription sect's ruins had been destroyed. However, the nomological laws in the eternal divine realm were extremely sturdy. Even if such powerhouses fought, they wouldn't cause too much damage. Ling Xiao remained hidden in the dark and didn't make a move. He looked at the sacred inscription encyclopedia floating in the air. When he opened his Tai Chi eye, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know if the sacred inscription encyclopedia was recorded in the memory metal. However, there was one thing that surprised him. The sect master of the sacred inscription sect was really capable. He had actually left behind a method to cultivate the sacred inscription on the golden light. Only by cultivating this sacred inscription would one be able to activate the golden light and obtain the memory metal. Even a Yuan Venerate was no exception to this. Although the foundation of the sacred inscription was array formations and nomological arrays, it was much more complicated. Golden light sacred inscription. Activating this sacred inscription will form a golden protective wall. It is a first-grade sacred inscription. Only a divine soul, realm powerhouse, can break it. However, if it is forcefully broken, an even stronger sacred inscription will be activated. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the sect master of the sacred inscription sect when he saw the tiny words on it. He wanted to give the sacred inscription encyclopedia to someone who could truly unleash its power. Not just anyone could get it. For someone who had never come into contact with saint inscriptions, even a first-grade saint inscription would be extremely difficult to study. However, Ling Xiao was willing to give it a try. The creation of saint runes was not without a source. The martial artists of the divine inscription sect had drawn inspiration from spirit talismans and spirit arrays to create this kind of incantation that could be engraved anywhere. This was the so-called saint rune. The air, weapons, and even a person's body could be engraved with sacred runes. Then, different effects were produced. The more Ling Xiao understood about saint inscriptions, the more he realized how powerful they were. If it was used on a weapon, an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns could unleash the power of an emperor armament with 4 divine dragon patterns. Furthermore, it would not raise the cultivation requirement of the martial artist. This was simply too wonderful. Of course, the text on the golden light was limited, and Ling Xiao could only understand it briefly. If he wanted to truly master the saint runes, he would have to obtain the Saint Rune Encyclopedia. Let's start studying the golden light saint runes. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, and his Tai Chi eye operated at high speed to analyze the text. The key to the saint runes was engraving, and it required divine origin and soul power. For the same grade of saint runes, the martial artist with stronger soul power and divine origin would have stronger saint runes. However, Ling Xiao was currently in his shadow warrior form, and he did not dare to use divine origin easily. He could only simulate it in his mind. Fortunately, he had the universe of Tyrant, and his divine origin could enter it to practice. While he was studying the golden light saint runes, the girl in white did not move. This girl seemed to know how to endure. Although she was very strong, she was still waiting for an opportunity. On the other side, the battle between the bandits gradually came to an end. Almost everyone had a few more injuries on their bodies. The situation was not good. They began to realize that they could not continue like this. If this continued, they would all die. If they all died here before obtaining the Saint Rune Encyclopedia, it would be too shameful. The few of them tacitly retreated at the same time and stopped fighting. Do we really have to kill each other like this? We still don't know what is in the memory metal. If it is not the Saint Rune Encyclopedia, wouldn't we hurt our relationship for nothing? The sword slave said coldly. At this moment, the few of them were very far away, and they were staring at the others nervously. The atmosphere was tense. It was as if the battle would start again if there was a disagreement. I think so too. Anyway, it is not like the Saint Rune Encyclopedia will disappear after reading it. The few of us can use the memory metal at the same time. If we don't fight like this, it will benefit others. No one knows if there are other people waiting outside. The soul-hooking demon's soft voice was filled with fear. She was relatively weak, and she did not have any helpers. She had suffered a lot just now, and she really did not want to fight anymore. Agreed. The few of them looked at each other and made a decision. However, Ling Xiao sneered. He could multitask. He studied the golden light saint runes while paying close attention to the situation. Although the battle had stopped, he felt that it was just a temporary pause. Things would not end so easily. Most importantly, these people did not obtain the Saint Rune Encyclopedia to study it, but to exchange it for their future. No one was willing to share it with others. Therefore, the battle would still start in the end. It was just that the battle would be slightly delayed. The white-clothed girl clearly had the same thoughts as him. Therefore, she was not worried at all. Instead, she smiled faintly and waited for the chaotic battle to start. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who was the mantis, and who was the oriole? No one would know until the end. We have to send someone to get it. The sword slave said, "Send the soul-hooking demon. She is the weakest. If she plays tricks, we can kill her directly." The white-haired demon said coldly, "These ferocious bandits did not care about benevolence, righteousness, or morality. Now that the treasure was in front of them, it was even more impossible." The soul-hooking demon's body trembled. She was extremely unwilling, but she had no other choice. Therefore, she moved and pounced toward the golden light ball in the sky. Boom! A burst of terrifying power collided, sending the soul-hooking demon flying. The soul-hooking demon spat out a mouthful of blood and said in horror, "There are words on it." Everyone took a closer look and found the words that Ling Xiao had seen before. They did not have the leisure and elegance like Ling Xiao to study the saint runes. In fact, among these people, the only one who could really learn the golden light saint runes was Masked Doll. The others could not do it. After discussing for a while, everyone decided to let Masked Doll try. If it did not work, they would break the golden light barrier by force.